at her famed Halloween party, shows up in some outrageous, costume that is just over the top. And this time around, no exception. She and her husband, Tom Cowlitz, both dressed up as a version of E.T., and of course, they do it with movie studio quality
animatronics, eyes moving, full control. It was amazing.
So Clum's E.T. had a hat and blonde wig, which is, of course, after the one where he gets dressed up by Drew Barrymore's character.
Do you like my huge knockers?
And her husband channeled the classic E.T. character.
And no one knows him.
The couple debuted.
Didn't even have to wear a costume. No one knows who he is.
Their epic costumes at the model's annual Halloween Bash, which was hosted at the Hard Rock Hotel in New York City. Her latest look was created with the help of expert prosthetics designer Mike Marino, who has worked on projects including The Penguin on Max.
Yeah, amazing.
And Sebastian Stan's new movie, A Different Man, which also has incredible prosthetics. He was responsible for her costume in 2022 and 2018's Shrek and Fiona couple's costume that they did. She shared photos from her lengthy getting ready process, including one photo of her face covered in prosthetics and another holding a large toe.
It's kind of chilling when you look at it because when you take the time to look at it, you can see her eyes peering out from E.T.'s neck.
Yeah, it's wild.
So that's her. It looks like E.T. has swallowed Heidi Klum.
Yep. All right, Hailey Bieber gave fans a glimpse of her son, Jack Blues, with a new photo posted on Instagram stories. In the Halloween-themed shot, baby Jack, born in August to Haley and Justin, sits in a carrier with his little feet showing one foot with an I voted sticker on it. And she wrote, "Happy Halloween, get out there and vote." And it's their first Halloween with
Nice.
So it's the first time that Haley's actually shared a photo since his birth. But she's hinted at her new role with special jewelry pieces that she has posted.
Did they get some sort of special allotment for, or at least a waiver so that the kid could vote?
I think that's what happened. I mean, the kid had the sticker on his foot, and so I mean, it's the Biebs.
Yeah,
I
think the Bieber factor figured into that.
Yeah. Sydney Sweeney has become one of her generation's top-earning actresses, with major film paydays putting her on Hollywood's A-list. And recently she signed a deal with Lionsgate for the thriller The Housemaid, and she's making $7.5 million for that, placing her among top earners like her Euphoria co-star Zendaya, who made $10 million for
$10 million?
Challengers. Yes, $10 million. $10 million. Despite not starting out as a child star, Sydney's rapid rise to fame has been remarkable. She made $2 million from last year's rom-com Anyone But You.
Blow the lid off the joint.
Plus $250,000 as an executive producer. Other earnings include $750,000 for Madam Web, $65,000 for the biopic Reality, and $250,000 for the horror film Immaculate.
What about our huge freaking Hooters, huh?
With more high-profile roles on the horizon, like her transformation into a boxer for the Christy Martin biopic, she is showing that she's here to stay, and she's doing. She's wrecking.
She's producing a lot of these movies. I like what she's doing. The horror movie that she did, Immaculata. You said I forget the title, but yeah,
I think it's Immaculata.
No,
Immaculate.
No, I'm wrong. I was thinking of that Cabrini movie.
Okay, this says Immaculate.
No, you're
so
right.
I don't know if it's Immaculate or Immaculate.
It was very good, very well done, very Omen-esque.
Yeah, it looked. I saw the previews. Looked pretty cool.
Yeah, and it has a really twisted ending that she went for it, man. It's very cool.
So she's in the movie. She's a nun.
Yeah,
and she gets pregnant somehow or another.
Yeah,
and they think maybe it's a devil child, or
and
the
way
know.
she handles it is.
All right.
You got to see it. Yeah.
I want to see that. Ryan Reynolds has taken to Instagram to praise his friend Taylor Swift and the enormous success of the Eras tour.
Eras.
And he was not worried about hitting a character limit. The praise for the singer was very long, so I'll read just a little bit of it. He said, "When I'm 5 years old, and my wife and kids wheel me outside into the sun so I can drink a sandwich, I'll still be talking about seeing the show in New Orleans. Not just because it's one of the best things I've seen, heard, or felt." He said, "The main reason I'll never forget this show is because it brings people together in so many ways. And in 2024, where that feeling is scarce as hell, it's a special and incredibly rare thing."
All right, a question about that. All right, consider we follow this guy, Wings of Pegasus. You turn me on to him.
Yeah.
Preston.
Yeah.
So he did an analysis of audio from the concerts from about 20 different concert cities around the world and had a couple of songs playing at the same time. Every inflection, every bit of timing, even the plosives on the mic are the same, played together.
Okay.
He's not definitively saying
that it's
recorded. My question would be, with this kind of event, does it matter? Does it matter she's putting on this kind of extravaganza, this kind of show? She clearly wrote the stuff and recorded it. Nick, you say no, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's
You're
probably
going for the experience.
There's probably backing tracks anyway.
Yeah.
And I'm sure some of it is live. I'm not at all surprised that not all of it is live. And you go to any of these shows with massive production, especially with pop singers.
Right.
That's not uncommon. And honestly, I don't care.
I would hazard that a huge part of her fan base, if not all of them, don't give a rat's ass.
I mean, the fact that they're going into this much depth, for what reason? People are still going to go to these shows, whether they...
And that's, but this guy, and he's very good. He's very pure about them tweaking, pointing out bands that do things live and do them the way they do. He wants to keep the accolades going for that live performance thing. But I think in this case, I don't know if it matters anymore.
I read this post that you're talking about, Preston, from Ryan Reynolds, and it really made me appreciate what she does for her fans and how much joy she brings to so many people all at the same time. So if you're going to a concert to escape all of the negativity in the world and you're there with your friends or family or whatever and having a blast, go for it, man. Like, we don't get enough happy moments in the world. And if she's bringing happiness to that many people, I'm happy that she's out there doing it.
Plus millions of dollars of revenue to every city she shows up in.
And listen, I've been to so many shows of my favorite band where they're not hitting the right notes at the and you remember that stuff. So if you spend all that money and you're going and you can see a perfect show, then go see a perfect show.
I saw the Beach Boys last month, and Mike Love is still out there performing. If he sang any of the songs, I would be 100% surprised. But it still sounded great. It was still the Beach Boys. It was some of the greatest songs of all time.
Preston, we've been looking at the Frankie Valli. Yeah, and listen.
He's literally just opening and closing his mouth.
He might as well be a Muppet. You know what I mean?
And I'm telling you that this performance that we're watching in the studio, Frankie Valli, that's exactly what Mike Love looks like when he's out on stage. He does the perfunctory points at people in the audience. But the backing band is great.
Hey, you.
It sounds, Steve, it's kind of what he's doing.
Hey, you and you.
But I still had fun, and if you're going to go see Taylor Swift, you're going to have a good time.
Yeah.
So he continued on in his statement saying, I don't understand the unimaginable work, care, talent, and discipline that Taylor generates to create an experience like this, because I'm not a scientist. It's an athletic event and a collective cultural phenomenon. The only bummer is she can't be in the audience to experience what everyone else sees and feels. So there you go.
The one thing I did notice about her, not to make this a total Taylor Swift thing, is that when she is at things like the Grammys or live concerts, she is the ultimate audience member.
Fan,
getting up, singing, dancing, loving, celebrating the entertainer on stage.
Yep.
So cute. I love her.
You just want to tweak her cheeks.
I just want to pinch her and be like, come on over.
So
We'll have margaritas.
I'm giving out candy.
I have candy and margaritas.
have you seen her live?
No. God, I tried so hard. People laughed at me. They're like, aren't you in the industry? How can you not get tickets? I'm like, no one can get tickets.
Wow.
That's like saying, why Carrot Top? Why can't you get tickets?
All right, we told you yesterday, Shaun White had proposed to Nina Dobrev, and she accepted. Perhaps the third time was a charm, because Shaun had attempted to broach the subject of marriage with her twice prior.
Wow.
And things went south both times.
No!
He told Vogue this week that he initially wanted to propose to the actress during their summer vacation this year, but she fractured her knee during a biking accident in May, killing the first attempt. And then he was going to propose during a planned trip to Cape Town, South Africa this month, until the couple's friends blew that. They blew that by repeatedly asking Shaun if he was using the trip to pop the question, so he couldn't do it.
He gave it away.
So he went off to plan C, which thankfully this time it worked out all right for the two. So the 1993 Sylvester Stallone thriller Cliffhanger is getting a reboot, but Sly is going to sit this one out. When the project was first announced last year, Stallone was on board, but things have changed. And now Lily James and Pierce Brosnan will star in what is being described as a father-daughter take on Die Hard.
My daughters?
The film will also star Nell, Tiger Free.
No.
Say Hong Kong now?
Nell Tiger Free is
I don't understand a goddamn thing you're saying. I'm hearing a completely inappropriate T-shirt and you're babbling it on like a moron. I thought I was bad.
I have a
I'm
question.
a regular Stephen Hawking.
that might be
Hey, Sly, I have a question for you.
By all means,
What's
let me
a
put on my effect for purposes.
what's a better movie, Cliffhanger or Twister?
Oh God.
I'm going to say Cliffhanger.
Yeah. Anything's better than
Because
Twister.
that sounds self-serving, but I just think there's more complexity to the plot. I love seeing John Lithgow chew up the scenery. You get to Flying Cow in the other one. A lot of CGI.
Michael Rooker.
Michael Rooker.
Yeah, is in it? Yeah,
it's
so,
great. And I mean, it's absurd. Janine Turner.
Oh, I love her.
Grade A peepers on that.
Yeah.
Philip Seymour Hoffman in Twisters?
Yeah,
I'm a Twister
Listen,
guy.
I enjoyed Twister too. It's a junk food movie. I enjoyed seeing it and seeing them CGI the Twisters.
Yeah.
Watch Twisters.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible
Preston,
movie.
is an awful movie.
It is an awful movie, but there are awful movies that are fun.
No, I
I
know.
thought Cliffhanger was awful.
Cliffhanger's
I thought it was
awful,
good.
but it's fun.
yeah.
I think it's more fun than Twister.
It's not as awful as Twister.
I don't think I've seen Cliffhanger since the 90s, and now I want to revisit it because maybe it is an awful movie that's good, but I remember it being good.
Well, you know what? What makes it work is the Lithgow.
Yeah.
He gives you a. What was the other one? The Denzel Washington one with Lithgow as a villain. He was terrific.
Yeah.
Was that shot in Philly?
No, it was
No,
L.A.
it was in
because
Los
they end up at that
Angeles.
spire
Yeah,
at
yeah.
the end.
Yeah,
just-
because Ice-T was he says, you want to see who's got the power? Meet me at the tower.
the hell was
Is
that?
that right?
That's right.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
Banana.
Banana who?
Orange. What?
What?
Bananas are orange.
Yeah.
Oh.
Anyway, anything else?
I was trying to figure out what that movie
Taylor
was.
Swift puts on a hell of a show.
Yeah.
Twister still sucks.
Was it Ricochet?
It was Ricochet.
Ricochet.
All right.
Yeah. And Kevin Pollak was in that, too.
Oh, that's
It was
right.
his birthday yesterday, I think.
How about that?
Okay, I'm moving on. The first look at It, Welcome to Derry is here. And while the pictures don't give away much, they do tease our return to the small town plagued by Pennywise. And
We're simple folk in this town.
in the photos,
Would you like some butter?
we see the Hanlons and the new young cast. And disturbingly, one picture also features a painted mural of Pennywise himself. In an interview with Entertainment Weekly, Andy and Barbara Machete revealed more about the upcoming prequel show. They said, we will explore the origins of Pennywise, but like in the book, we'll do it with a healthy dose of crypticism. The interesting thing about Pennywise, if you go in the novel, Pennywise has been around for like millions of years,
Right.
or at
Wow.
least hundreds of thousands of years.
A force of evil that has transcended time.
Exactly. Yes. So the series
Very good, Steve.
is a prequel to the It movies. Bill Skarsgård will return as Pennywise. The series will be 9 episodes long, and Andy, who directed both movies, will be helming 4 episodes. The Machetes also confirmed that the Black Spot will factor into the story. In King's novel, the Black Spot was the name of a bar opened by Will Hanlon, the father of Mike, one of the kids in the Losers Club, for black patrons when he was in the Air Force. In a horrific racist attack, the Maine Legion of White Decency, a white supremacist group, burned it down, killing those inside, and Will saw Pennywise appear as a bird as the bar burned. So they're going to touch on that stuff, which would be pretty interesting.
So the bird concept is also in The Stand, right? That there's a crow that is seen.
That's represents flag.
Flag, right.
But this is different because the way that Pennywise works is he feasts on your internal fears. And there's a backstory on Mike Hanlon and why he's afraid of birds. And so that's why he took that form.
You want a little bit of insight into Rocky?
Yes.
Cough, not Link, is the devil.
Oh, my God. How did I never pick up on that?
I know.
It's very subtle.
To make a slight allusion to it.
All right. This is cool. John Krasinski will reprise his role as Jack Ryan in an upcoming full-length film. Wendell Pierce, who starred alongside Krasinski in the Tom Clancy Jack Ryan TV series, will co-star as well. I love him, man.
So-
Wendell Pierce is great in that.
I think this is really good news. I would say this. What more or what better can be done with a movie that wasn't done with those?
I agree.
I mean,
Just give us another season.
Just give us another season.
That's what I would prefer. Rather than 2 hours, I'd rather get 8 hours out of it, you know?
It was all good there.
Michael Kelly is reportedly in talks to reprise his starring role as
Everything you love, but less.
The series wrapped after 4 seasons, but it's no surprise Jack Ryan character lives. The series ranks among Prime Video's 3 most watched series of all time.
It's excellent.
Globally, so that's good news.
Kathy, think of Twister, but with foreign intrigue.
Yeah. So we're finding out a little more about the storyline for Squid Game Season 2. Up until now, all we knew was that Squid Game winner player 456 was plotting his return to the game. And now, backed by a new trailer, we learned that Song Ji-hoon has successfully re-entered the Squid Game armed with the knowledge of what the game is really about. And he returns in an attempt to save the lives of the other players while trying to convince them to opt out and end the game once and for all.
This time, though, he's being assisted by Squidward.
Wow.
Which is going to be really cool.
He may not be successful. Squid Game Season 3 has already been announced. Season 2 of Squid Game will drop on Netflix. That is coming out December 26th. Let's see. We have time for a couple more quickies here. TNT's golf competition, The Match, was so successful that it's being brought back with a twist. This time around, will feature teams of A-list stars and all-star athletes competing against each other in prime time over the course of 2 nights.
Did you watch any of this?
I didn't watch The Match, no.
Okay.
The program's new name, The Match Superstars, will have celebrities including Bill Murray, Mark Wahlberg, and Nate Bargatze, as well as Charles Barkley and Wayne Gretzky and Michael Phelps. Plus Ken Griffey Jr. and Blake Griffin will all team up in pairs for match play golf.
I have to imagine that Alfonso Ribeiro is going to be
He would have to at some point.
He's one of the best.
He's a well-known golf fanatic. The Match Superstars will be held November 21st and 22nd and will simulcast on TNT and Max in prime time. The winning team will score $1 million. I assume they'll give that to
charity. Or just keep it.
Maybe just keep it. They never do that, do they?
No,
They should just keep
keeping it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, and then one last thing. Jude Law has hinted that what you see isn't necessarily what you get when it comes to his Star Wars character. The actor is set to star in the upcoming Disney Plus show Skeleton Crew, and the trailer for the show seems to say he's a Jedi. He's even apparently seen using the Force in a trailer. But not like in a Winnebago or something like that. In the trailer for the show. But speaking with
his Mog.
Speaking with Variety, Law cautions that the trailer might be lying to people. He said, "Who says I've got the Force?" When he asked if how it felt to use it, adding to the theory that his character isn't actually a Jedi. Fans have noticed that he carries a blaster and not a lightsaber, so we'll have to wait and see.
Earlier this week, I was chatting with our buddy Michael Giacchino because I was checking in to see if he could come to Camp Out this year. Turns out he cannot. His son, Mick, is doing the music, the score for the TV series The Penguin. And Michael did the score for the Batman.
My God.
So Mick is doing the Penguin. He's doing a
Penguin
great job.
music is great.
Right. So the reason I bring that up is that Mick Giacchino is also doing the music for this TV series, the Star Wars Skeleton Crew, and Michael Giacchino has been able to see it. He said, "Wait until you see this show. It like reinvents the Star Wars universe in a really, really cool way."
Well, this will be what we've been waiting for.
Yeah,
because there's so many have been let down.
He says if you're a Star Wars fan, that this might be the one for you.
All right, maybe I'll dive back in. Is Judy Justice in it?
I don't think so, but I don't know for sure.
No, but we have some music about Judy Justice. Casey,
You're going to let me do that?
I've been dying to use this.
Thank God.
Here we go.
I don't know if you guys know this, but Tyler, the creator, dropped a new album. That's one of the tracks off the album. Judge Judy. God, I hope my son's listening right now because I told him I'd play some Tyler for him this week.
Well, there you go. And it's a beautiful song. And I think it's one we can all agree is probably one of the finest songs ever written.
Is it about Judge Judy?
No, it's about Judge Matthias.
But he's using Judge Judy as a red herring.
Yeah.
Throw you off the trail.
Gotcha.
Ooh, worked.
We have movies opening this weekend. Let's talk about it. right, opening today, Missing from the Fire Trail Road is crime/documentary film. Mary Ellen disappeared over 2 years ago from the Tulalip Indian Reservation near Seattle. Because the investigation is at a standstill, her sisters and other tribal members set off to discover what happened to her. Their quest uncovers a harsh reality. Indigenous women are murdered at an alarming rate. Most crimes go unsolved and are committed by non-natives. Running time is 1 hour and 40 minutes. It's rated PG. There's a limited theater release, and so far, Rotten Tomatoes, it gets a solid 100%.
Whoa.
Yeah, very rare. And also opening this weekend is Beautiful Friend, horror mystery, starring Alexandra Meyer, Adam Jones, and Korea Dudley. I'm not sure how you pronounce her name. A sociopathic amateur filmmaker kidnaps a woman he wants to play his fantasy girlfriend role. It's 1 hour and 21 minutes long, rated R, limited theater release. There is no score. Limited theater release. There is no score at Rotten Tomatoes so far.
So it's funny because there are 2 reviews up, but I forget what number they have to have of reviews in before they can assign a score.
Okay.
So both of the 2 reviews that are in are very good, but I know they have to have more before they can give you a consensus.
All right, let's play the clips now. Agatha all along, the WandaVision alum on a journey to reclaim her powers. And in this clip, Katherine Hahn shares how she embraced the evolution of this character.
The Agatha that I was able to play in WandaVision was the kind of performer Agatha for the most of it. For this one, it was an interesting place a very compelling, juicy place to start, to see this woman who all she wants is more power, to be completely without it.
Yeah! Agatha All Along is streaming now on Disney+. Here's our next clip. Tom Hanks is one of the generations of families living in the home of the movie Here. And in this clip, he talks about the unmatched experience of seeing a movie in the theater.
I don't think there's anything more powerful that you get from the cinema other than realizing, oh, me too. I have that too. Or I wonder about that too. Or I'd be flummoxed by that just like these people are flummoxed by it.
Scott, their performances are getting panned.
It is.
Really? Yeah,
it is getting
unfortunately.
panned, and I was very excited to see this. I love Robert Zemeckis.
Yeah.
I love their pairing. I love this. It's based on a graphic novel that was really received very well. You know, just one locked camera throughout hundreds of thousands of years.
Yeah, it covers this one space and what happens in it over all this time.
Yeah,
and, it's a cool concept. So I don't know. Maybe we'll like it.
I'm still going to see it.
Yeah,
I'm going to see it.
Here releases in theaters today. It might be this year's Twister, Kathy.
Absolutely.
For all we know. You never know.
What you need is the perfect movie for you is a speed Twister hybrid.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Yes.
A bus that is trying to escape a tornado.
I love it. All right, our entertainment report is done. We are going to take a break. When we come back, we are going to announce an event that we have on the way. We want to share that with you. We're going to have a meet and eat today. Little Walzers is stopping by, a Polish-American restaurant in Philadelphia in conjunction with the movie A Real Pain. And then we're going to have wrestler Orange Cassidy stopping by and doing some other things, too. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
I'm late for a chemistry class.
I'm sorry. I thought it was an 8.
That's to go to detention.
Go to detention. Felicity.
Carrie Russell.
Carrie Russell.
Huh.
She, formerly of the long locks, who killed her career by cutting her hair, but has now grown her hair back and is doing great things with the American.
So Carrie Russell was Felicity.
Sound like
history in Russell.
It's Carrie Russell's history.
Presented by Rita that she grew her hair back, and it was wonderful.
Oh, gee.
She plays a commie bitch who pretends she's one of us. Those commies
In what?
in the Americans.
Oh, the Americans.
You don't watch that?
No,
She's
no,
a spy.
I don't watch that.
It's like that John Travolta, Kelly Preston movie.
Oh, yeah.
You know
The Experts.
The Experts.
But she may join J.J. Abrams and Star Wars Episode 9.
We forget that it was J.J. Abrams who created and wrote a number of the Felicity episodes.
I did forget that, yeah.
Yeah.
No word yet on whether she'll tackle a hero or a villain in the epic franchise. The movie begins shooting in London this month, by the way.
Unless we forget also that Kerry Russell won Mr. Skin's Best Butt Shot, I believe, in the Anatomy Awards.
Get a nice pooper.
No kidding. Casey says
got
she
a hell of a pooper. kind of butt you want to spend a weekend spelunking at, if you know what I'm saying.
And we are back from vacation.
We are.
So the...
Oh, yeah, this is nice. Is good stuff.
Look, there's some soccer players in there from Thailand.
So the kids are going to help you out.
You guys all right?
Wait, I see light from the badge.
Oh, God.
We can do this.
Wow.
It's a new survival story unlike any other.
Walk this way, kids. We go. Is it a stalagmite or a stalactite?
The tight or from the ceiling stalactite hang on top, and the mites are.
You know that?
Yeah, that's the old stalactite.
It's tight. It hangs on, and stalagmite might make it to the ceiling if it keeps growing. So.
And all of this is taking place in Felicity.
In Felicity's butt.
Okay, yeah.
Tex says, driving my kids to daycare, my 2-year-old is calling my 1-year-old a commie bitch. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Well, they're learning about a time in our history that was very important.
This is one of these meetings here with the town where people can get up and speak their mind. And this young man got up and he had a take on legalizing prostitution.
So I propose this. The city allows for licensed masseurs to give genital massages if the masseur and the client both agree to it. We let someone get naked and have every other part of their body touched and rubbed by a massage therapist. Hell, we let proctologists spend their day men and sticking things. So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
Oh, my God.
That really is as inspiring as FDR's speech on December 8th, 1941.
I love the last part of that. Hang on.
So if someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
I say
I say
to you,
let 'em.
if someone wants to yank a man's crank, I say let them do it.
Okay.
And so by
Is
this
this
time,
legit?
well,
maybe.
you know what? I don't care. But he was definitely in front of this group. He was prepared. He seemed, and then he goes on. It's not just enough to state that's your intent or what you'd like to see happen.
Yeah.
You have to provide.
You got to back it up.
Examples.
Yeah, some context.
Some context to it. Yes.
Here's clip 2.
Picture this, a big old sweaty fat guy would get with your hand actually be that much worse than giving him a full body massage, getting up in there under the folds of fat, or being the proctologist sticking your finger.
Holy hell.
If a grown adult wants a job, another grown adult is willing to give one for money, then let them. That would truly be a happy ending for everyone.
Okay.
Oh my God.
The crowd loved it.
There is, I think, legitimacy to his claim, by the way. Are we going there or are we not going there?
I want to hear. What do you think?
I like the way you.
Casey started doing
like a velociraptor all of a sudden.
His head was going left and right. Are we going here?
Well, yeah. I mean, dude, why is that illegal?
Rub and tugs?
Yeah.
There is that. This is an age-old question about the fact. Right before the Magna Carta came into being, there was the rub and tug.
I mean, there is a separation of church and state, right? So, is morality a church thing?
Wow, this got a lot deeper than I thought. We were simply playing a goofball, but you want to work out whether prostitution or the sex trade should be legitimized.
Well, maybe we should put them in malls.
Let's talk about abortion. Yeah. Let's lighten things up a bit.
Once you've starred in a movie that's nominated for an Oscar, it's safe to say that you're famous, right?
Yeah.
Well, Saoirse Ronan, who is 24 years old, still doesn't feel famous, though. Yeah, she's adorable.
Yeah.
I love her, and the accent.
It's wonderful.
He's just thinking.
It's a garden party, asking inappropriate questions to Meghan Markle.
I love how they drop the G on ing words. Ronan continued saying she avoided reading about herself. She said,
I was farting.
What was that sound?
I was farting. Farting hard. You just know that'd be adorable. Just outside, standing in the glen, farting.
In the glen.
The glen. The morning dew collected on the leaves and grass. Yeah. Just decided it'd be a good time for farting. It does sound better, doesn't it?
Oh,
It does.
oh, it needs to be a
Where
song.
were you, Auntie Sarsha? I was outside farting, dear. Farting hard.
There needs to be a song called "Farting in the Glen."
Farting in the glen.
We're excited, ladies and gentlemen, to have in our studio actor David Harbour.
Thank you.
I'm so excited I said good afternoon when it's 9:20 in the morning.
There are a bunch of footlongs outside the studio, which is like the 9 in the morning footlong, though.
Yeah. Do you know Pink's in Hollywood?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
That's them.
Are those from there?
They just expanded
Oh,
to
well,
the
then
east.
bring me one. I mean, come on. It's still a hot dog.
Yeah, it's not a... It's, classic breakfast fare, but it works. It's very good.
We never actually get breakfast food here. It's always
Never.
like
It's
that.
always a dinner thing,
Yeah.
but it all
Wings
works.
and all that stuff.
We've been up since 3:45.
Yeah, exactly. So it is kind of
works
dinner
out.
for you guys.
David, where are you from? Where did you grow up?
I'm from White Plains, New York.
Know it well.
Yeah, do you know it?
I'm from
yeah.
New York, yeah.
Okay,
I know
Westchester County, like 45 minutes out from the city, suburban, very boring place to grow
But nice.
up.
If you work in the city, it's a nice area to be in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I couldn't stand it when I was growing up because this is like that suburban thing, and you're like 14 years old and all you want to do is act out. And so I would take that Metro North train down to New York, though.
Oh, yeah.
When I was like 15. And, you could, back then, you could do a lot worse things than you can nowadays. We could go to bars. And I mean, they didn't have any of the rules they have nowadays.
So it wasn't the creative arts that were driving you to the city? It was the party?
I would tell my parents that I was going to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. So, yes, the arts were driving.
Yeah.
If my parents are listening.
Well, we're thrilled to have you in here.
Yeah.
We're massive Stranger Things fans, and we're also just massive fans of your body of work, which is just so much great stuff. And I think you've described yourself, or have been described, and I think you're the epitome of that guy for so long, who just is always, this guy's in it. This is going to be good. Yeah. And we have a sense that you've curated the things that you're in, and whether that's the truth or not, you just always end up in good stuff. And Stranger Things is just such a... no one could have figured this bizarre pop culture bank shot that took place.
Yes.
And that they went with, except for perhaps Winona Ryder. Moderately known.
Yeah.
And it just took off. So when you got the script for the first time, I understand it blew you away, but did you think you were going to get it? You couldn't have had an idea it would be what it has become.
No.
Yeah.
The complete opposite, to be honest. I mean, the first thing is you get the script, and I thought it was a really good script. And so my first thought was there's no way they're going to choose me to be like the male adult lead in this. They'll get somebody who's a star. And so I kind of blew off the audition a little bit. I mean, I do what I do, but there was a relaxation in the audition where it was like, those situations where you think like this will never happen. So I might as well just do what I want to do.
And that must help. That must help
it
in a way.
does, because it makes you more relaxed. You have no expectations. You're not. You don't have a goal. You're just like doing what you do. And then I wound up getting it, and it was incredible. And then as we were shooting it, I remember around episode 4 or 5 having a bit of a breakdown and thinking, none of this works.
Really? Really?
Yeah. I mean, because I remember, Hopper's a really messy guy in many ways, like everything from his body to, his personality.
Well, the very first, my impression of your character was like, this guy's a douchebag, because she comes and says, my kid is missing, and he's like, he's out running around or whatever. I'm like, oh my God, he's going to be that guy.
Yeah.
He's more complex than that, and really cares. But you're right. He kind of had that really messy attitude about him, but he's the character morph. So initially, you thought that wasn't going to translate.
Yeah, and so like around episode, I think it was 5 though. We were doing a scene, and I'm neurotic, and occasionally I'll ask people like, "What'd you think? What'd you think?" And I went up to my hair person, this woman Sarah, who's lovely person, but I was like, "What do you think? What do you think?" And she just turned to me and just shook her head, and she was like, "Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work."
Wow!
And I was like, "What? You mean the whole thing?" She's like,
Thanks for the confidence.
But I understood where she's got. You're in a bubble down there, and you just have these days where you're like, "What we're doing is stupid. Nobody's gonna like it." And then before the show came out, there was no advertisements.
No.
And I couldn't get an interview like this on a popular radio show. Like, nobody wanted to talk to me about this show.
That was the beauty of it. I found out about it through word of mouth.
Exactly,
so it started to catch. And it was that. Now, this actually speaks to, you were a child of the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of people remember all of this. It's at once a tribute to the work of Stephen King, and it's this pop culture maelstrom of things that are all pulled together and
Spielberg,
to Spielberg, and shot in a way that all the things that we love, but done in a great way. So there'd be no way to know it. But the fact that it did happen that way organically, I think, made it more firmly entrenched, and that's why we're rabid for season 3.
You and the Netflix season 1 marketing department apparently had the same thought, because that's what that's what they claimed was I don't know if that's just a way of getting out of spending any money on the show, but they claimed that was kind of their strategy, was to have people discover it. And I have to say, it is very gratifying. It was very gratifying to have it be something that wasn't hyped at all. And just to have people stumble across it on Netflix, and then the social media aspect of it. They just told their friends, and it was all over like Facebook and Twitter. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
And I think in this world where everything is so hyped, it's nice to have ownership and discover something that almost feels like a little pearl you found in an oyster, like a surprise,
So let me ask you then, here's the conundrum now. Now it is a thing that's
I know, now we're talking about it. Oh, God.
But whereas season 2 is always, everyone's like going, okay, what season 2 kicked ass.
Yeah.
I know.
And it was.
Guess what happens in season 3?
Traps the bed.
We jump the shark. No, it's my character gets on water skis.
Nice.
And literally jumps in.
And there's a great white shark in the lake.
All right.
Who knew? Yeah. In Hawkins Lake.
Are you wearing a leather jacket?
I am.
Okay.
Surprisingly.
It's amazing.
No, honestly, I just finished, because they just sent me, because they like to send the finished episodes to everyone else before me.
Right.
But that's just no. But they just sent me all the episodes. I just finished them last night.
Yeah.
Actually, and it is so damn good.
Wow. The trailer
It is
alone.
so damn good, and you like, the end is.
How does it end? What happens?
Okay, so here's what happens.
You made it up the chart.
Yeah. By the way, I would like to correct you on one little thing. Prior to this, the first season coming out, we totally would have had you on our show.
You're a liar.
No.
You are in some of our favorite things.
When the first trailer for Black Mass came out, and the dinner scene with you and Johnny Depp, and I'll just sort of leave it at that, because I know you wanted to hit on this, Steve.
Oh, no.
Like,
We're gonna go over all your stuff, because we're big fans. But yes, no. Casey's right. We were fans before Stranger Things. It just cements the adoration. But
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. So we have an announcement to make. Been a little while since we've done this, but it's time, ladies and gentlemen, for another Preston and Steve sorority party. Yes, and this one, we try to have some themes for you. And this one is the Preston and Steve's Big Little sorority party.
We've never done an official one of these.
No. And so, Kathy, you want to explain what the Big Little is? You're a sorority
I'm a sorority girl. Yeah. So when you're in a sorority, every time you join a sorority, you're basically considered the little, and you have a big sister in the sorority, somebody who has already pledged and has been in the sorority. Okay. So, people who have come to our sorority parties before, and you want to bring somebody new into the sorority, this would be the time to bring them out.
Yep. So that's kind of what we're going to focus on. And so if you're a member of Zeta Eta Pi, we want you to bring a newbie, and we will indoctrinate them into the fold of Zeta Eta Pi. This is going to be Wednesday, November 13th. So it's not too far off from now. It's just a couple of weeks away. Less than 2 weeks away, actually. And we will be at the Liberty Bell Beer Garden inside Parks Casino in Ben Salem.
Love that place.
It's a 6 to 8 event, so fairly early. We'll have a free happy hour buffet, complimentary first drink, and Zeta Eta Pi sorority pins for all those in attendance.
Haven't had them for a while, so this is a must attend.
We'll have some prizes, including Steven Singer Gold Roses and tickets to see Daughtry at Franklin Music Hall on November 30th. And it's 21 and over event. How do you get in on this party? Well, you go to WMMR.com. There's a chance for you to win your way in there. And we will be giving away spots on a guest list. So we will tell you when to call in for that. We're not going to do it right now. Just want to let you be aware that this event is coming up, but we will start doing giveaways maybe at some point this morning. Yeah, we will, actually.
Yeah. And we're doing a full classic ceremony, right, with the tea lights and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we'll have a ceremony, and that's Wednesday, November 13th at Liberty Bell Beer Garden inside Parks Casino in Ben Salem, 6 to 8 p.m.
Maybe I'll bring the ritualist from my sorority with me. That's just like Arani sang, and she was probably the worst ritualist you could ever.
Really?
She had no idea about anything. We would just laugh on the side, and then she'd have to be serious and try to do these ceremonies.
Is a ritualist like a pledge master in a fraternity, like sort of the historian and teaches the new members and stuff?
No, we also had that. This was so at least with my sorority and a lot of the sororities, maybe more so than fraternities. I don't know. There were rituals that, we had the handshake, and then there were different ceremonies that we had. So she would conduct those and make sure they were conducted in the proper way.
2 girls in a cup?
Yeah. Steve, seriously? That was
Preston, you're kind of our ritualist.
I guess so.
Yeah, because you conduct everything.
Do we need a secret handshake for the sorority?
We have one.
We do?
Oh, yeah. You don't remember it?
No.
Casey, do you remember?
Oh, wait, is it this thing?
Yeah,
I remember.
I'm sure all the ladies love that one.
Well, I had the other one. Do you remember? Which was.
I didn't have secret handshakes in my fraternity. You have one?
We do, yeah.
Okay.
We had. Oh, sorry.
No, I mean, it's just funny, like all that secret stuff that matters to you when you're 19, 20 years old, and now it's just kind of silly. But yeah, and in fact, if I run into a fraternity brother, occasionally it'll still happen. I'm like, oh yeah,
you remember it?
Oh yeah, but I forget to do it, and some brothers in the fraternity, because it's a national fraternity, still do it anytime you run into them. You're like, oh yeah, we're supposed to do that thing.
Well, ours is far more vaginal.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Wait, ours was a handshake, but it came with a whisper. And if you meet any other Zeta, you lean in and you say, you whisper.
Phrase.
Yeah, but I can't tell you guys what it was. Wait, but so just like Arani saying, changed it. So she would lean in and whisper to us what you're supposed to. It sounded like wasn't, but she would go, Armani wristwatch. That was our ritualist.
Okay. All right, there you go.
Armani wristwatch.
All right. Well, we'll have to create all of that stuff. We should have a whisper phrase. We actually should.
You should. Yeah, we should.
All
have
right,
a
we'll
whisper
work on that.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
Well, it's ever expanding. Zeta Eta Pi. We're always bringing in new things. So listen for your chance to win. We will do those giveaways at some point this morning. But listen, we got guests coming up. We're going to do the Connoisseur later on, so we better clean out the junk drawer now.
It's the junk drawer. Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
All right, let me dig in here. All right, we'll start with this story from the American Kennel Club. They have listed the most popular dog names of 2024. Dogs. The nonprofit, which is the largest purebred dog registry in the world, uses AKC registration stats along with canine partner mixed breed enrollment stats to determine the names.
I know I'm not the only one. I might be the only one in this room who names dogs that you don't even own. I haven't gotten a dog yet, but I think of dog names all the time.
My friend's they named their dog. She knew she wanted a dog named Hank for years before she got Hank.
Okay. You are not the only one that, because my wife, before we got our dog, Chelsea, it was supposed to be, there was another Chumford or something like that. And we got a female dog and it became Chelsea. Okay. But she was basing a dog and had the dog and the name picked ahead of time. and the type. And we got a completely different name and a completely different type of dog.
I'm so mad at myself because just a couple of weeks ago, I thought of the best dog name, and then I fell asleep and I woke up and I can't remember what it was. And I should have written it down.
Well, if you think you can help Casey with this, right, call in.
Yeah.
All right, judging by psychologically what you might have had that name.
Again this year, for the top spot on the girls' names, number one for the second year in a row is Luna.
Luna.
For a dog.
For a dog.
My buddy has a dog named Luna.
Yeah, growing up, my neighbor had a dog named Luna.
So there's Luna, Bella, Daisy, Lucy, Willow, Stella, Maggie, Sadie, Lola, and Rosie.
I feel like Daisy will never go away as a dog name.
Yeah, we had a dog named Daisy.
We did too.
Yeah.
Aww.
Yep.
It's a perfect dog name, Daisy.
Yeah. For the boy dogs, number one is Milo.
Milo and Stitch.
Milo and Otis. That was it.
Milo
and Stitch. Lilo.
Milo and Otis was the movie.
Yeah.
And my brothers and I called it My Little Scrotum.
My Little Scrotum. Then you have Max, Teddy, Charlie, Cooper, Bear, Toby, Finn. Toby! Yes, that's where the dog was dragging his ass across the carpet in that commercial. Finn, Tucker, and Ollie.
Oh, we had a Tugger, not a Tucker.
Okay.
Named in part after Tug McGraw, and also he would tug at ropes when he was a puppy, and his middle name was Bear.
Okay. We had a buddy of mine had.
I'm a big chubby bear with a furry little tail.
My friend had a dog named Max, which is number two on this list as well. So those are the top names for dogs, both male and female, for the past year or so.
It's funny because so we've had to name a lot of cats. You know, we've had a couple dogs as well, but sometimes you'll get them if you're fostering and they have a name assigned to them.
Mm-hmm.
And we've had it happen twice where it's like, I don't like that name. I don't like that name. And then you get so used to until you can figure out the name you want that, okay, that's their name.
Yeah.
and now you accept their name.
In the show Shrinking, the next door neighbors they foster dogs, and she gives all these dogs interesting names. Like one of them is Tampon Eater.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Remember that?
Which they probably do, yeah.
And well, that's why at some point in the show he goes, "Why is there a string hanging out of this dog's butt?" She's like, "Remember the name?"
Remember when my cousin's dog ate my tampon and then threw it up at a barbecue, and the guy filtered through it because he thought it was a piece of meat.
Oh my God!
And it wasn't. It was my tampon.
Oh,
Jesus.
I don't remember that.
That was fun. Yeah, he called in. He's a firefighter down in Florida. We had him.
It was
on
on
the show.
fire?
We had him on the show. He called in
Oh, wow.
after it had happened. It was years ago.
I want to listen to that again.
So you can find this list online if you want to, if you're searching for good dog names. All right, let me see what else I can find here.
There's a lot in the drawer.
There is. That's why we got to clean it out. All right, so I noticed this the other day when I went to the
Crossover episode.
This is living in the junk drawer.
Actually, I was planning on a different crossover. It's coming up in a little bit. But I did notice this when I was getting mail out of the mailbox the other day. Holiday catalogs are making a big comeback.
I've gotten so many.
Yes.
Already.
Tons of them. So what's old is new again. Old school catalogs, for the first time in years, are coming back. J. Crew is the latest company to give it a shot. The idea for people to be able to take their time with them instead of flipping through digital pages.
Okay,
So here's the deal. We had sort of a conversation that tangentially relates to this, Preston. You have something that takes off that's big. Then there's a glut of things. If you're talking in media or podcasts or anything like that. Mm-hmm. And what happens is invariably it corrects back to you know what I'm saying? So we're coming back to, I don't know if I need all of that. I just want to see this. And I think that they'll give you the Sting nose swipe because you know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I was thinking about yesterday in our meeting.
Same thing. Yeah.
Wait, what?
You don't need to know, Missy.
Things are going back to like analog, essentially. Like think about like newspapers are going away, but think about how much easier it is to finger through
to finger a newspaper.
To finger a newspaper, they don't put up a fight. No,
and you don't need to get them drunk.
That was terrible. I take that back.
You horrible person.
But
what you've done to newspapers.
How easy it is to go through a newspaper. It's so much easier to flip through a newspaper than it is to flip through the internet.
Yesterday, as I was walking in the front door, there's a stack of newspapers that sits out in front of the building.
Yeah.
And I took a look down at the Daily News, and I'm like, man, I miss flipping through the newspaper.
Every morning when I'm kicking those things out of the way,
yeah,
I think, wow.
Yeah.
I should probably take a look at it.
So I disagree with you. I don't think it's going back. I think it's going to coincide, obviously,
That's
with
what we're saying.
with
Agreed.
online. But because it comes, and maybe they're making it larger now, right? Like that's what I've seen. They used to just come with like a few little samples, the catalogs, right? Now they're actually coming. They're a little bit thicker, and so you find a few things. So you circle a few things like you did when you were younger, right? But then you're immediately going online and you're looking at them, and then you're going to do the same thing. You're going to find that item, maybe put it in your cart, and then you're going to scroll everything else before you.
Well, but still,
order. So
I think
they're still directing you to their website.
right, and that's fine.
Sure.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But what they're doing, what I've seen, and we've gotten our fair increase in catalogs as well. You're getting catalogs that have less items in them to spotlight them more, and then you will go perhaps to the website and seek it out. But it's a great way of putting a light on a specific inventory that you really want to move.
But what I've seen is, and you are correct about that, and because they did do the smaller catalogs, what I've seen and what I'm receiving already for holiday is they're actually they're a little thicker than they were in the past couple of years. Not the big huge one that that we had when we were younger.
The one we got in the mail the other day was an Amazon printed one, and it was a toy specific, and it was very reminiscent of my youth of the Toys R Us or Kitty City or even Best catalog. But it is interesting to me that it's a printed catalog from Amazon, which is specifically directed
completely online
to Amazon.
Well, I got my Two Girls in a Cup catalog, and
a lot of variety in that.
Well, a lot of there's one cup that you can order. But there are 2 girls you can call.
So the idea for people to be able to take their time with, like I said, instead of flipping through digital pages is behind it. One expert says that it's to spur interest.
Yeah.
Kathy, you're right. The purchases are going to be made online.
Yeah.
But you're going to have time to go through this book a little bit, and I used to just rip pages out of magazines and catalogs
For
and
toilet
things like
paper.
that. And so a 49% jump has been seen with catalogs and 125% jump in inquiries about brands. So this might be sticking around for a little while.
And on a nostalgic basis, the joy of getting that Christmas catalog.
Yeah.
Prior to you live with that thing. You slept with that thing. Every page was dog-eared. It was a joy.
Did you get the Amazon one?
We got no, I did not get
this year. I mean.
No, I did not. I'm
Okay.
surprised to hear that they did that because exactly what you said.
Yeah, let me know if it shows up because I've heard more than one person received it. And this is it. There's a picture of it.
I have that.
Okay, and it's specifically Amazon case, and share the joy, and it's for kids and it's toys.
All right, nice. All right, we went from junk drawer to we went from junk drawer to noticer, and now we're going to City Beat.
Oh my God!
Because I have a series of city of stories in our area that I want to get to you before the weekend.
He wants to get them to us before the weekend.
Wawa's first drive-through location has closed this week.
Oh, closed. Is this the one in Bucks County?
It is.
So it didn't work?
The drive-through, which opened in 2021 at West Trenton Avenue and Pine Grove Road in Falls Township, Bucks County, closed as of this past Monday.
I have to say, going into the Wawa, self-checkout is the quickest turnaround. Mm-hmm. I mean, so I don't know how much extra time you save on a drive-through. That might work against Wawa that they're so efficient by just going into the store and coming out.
Yeah, but I think they were trying to compete with places like Dunkin' Donuts and Starbucks where you can just quick order, just pull right through, grab it. I mean, I thought it seems like a good idea, but I guess people want to go in.
Wawa spokesperson Jennifer Wolf confirmed that the convenience store chain's other drive-through locations, including in Lower Magunchie Township, will remain open. The 2,200 square foot drive-through in Lower Magunchie, is that how you say it?
Magunchie.
Magunchie opened in February and can serve a dozen cars at a time. It's open 24/7, by the way.
And do they have access to the whole store, or you know what I mean? Like, can they get batteries, or is it just like deli stuff?
And also, is it also a walk-in store, or is it just?
I think it's just a drive-through.
Just the drive-through.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's all.
Because I go through a drive-through battery place.
Oh, you do?
Which is no. I didn't realize it was exclusively drive-through.
I'm just guessing out loud because that's what I thought.
All right.
So I may be incorrect about that. Somebody can call in and verify or not, but I thought that the whole reason why this store would close.
Yeah.
Is because, I mean, if it's just a drive-through lane, we'll just close off the lane and don't shut down the whole Wawa because Wawas will work anywhere pretty much. You know what I mean?
Maybe they just close down the lane.
But maybe I'm wrong. No, they said it's the drive-through, the Wawa's first drive-through location has closed this week. So, it looks like a smaller,
Like a
Nick,
store,
what do you think?
right?
It looks like a walk-in, but I really don't know. I can't tell.
If anyone has ever been there and can call and confirm this, please
help us.
Let us know whether it is exclusively drive-through or if you can actually walk into the facility. I would like to know that. All right, I did find another City Beat story, a couple of them actually, which I found kind of interesting for our area. You guys familiar with burning bushes?
Oh, the shrubbery?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I am not.
They're beautiful, Steve. They turn, right now, the leaves are coming off of them, but they turn this really deep burgundy red. They're gorgeous.
Then I am.
Okay, so that's called a burning bush.
Okay.
They are native to Eastern Asia and were brought here for the same reason as many other exotics were. They're good for erosion control. They're pretty. They provide privacy from neighbors, but they're incredibly invasive and often form ecosystems that choke out native plants. And while their berries aren't very nutritious for birds, they do eat them and spread new plants all over the place. And the state of Pennsylvania has now officially listed burning bushes as noxious weeds. And in 2025, they will no longer be allowed to be sold.
Yeah, there's a couple of bushes and plants that I do not like for this reason. They get too big and they're invasive, and some of them have nice colors and they do look pretty, but they grow too fast.
Yeah, the Bradford pears, those are now the jizz trees.
Yeah, jizz trees.
They have been considered an invasive species. You can't plant those anymore.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yes.
But they grow up, right?
They do.
They also fall
right
over
up
easily, so they're dangerous
Okay.
to like power lines and stuff.
We had to get rid of one in our backyard because
Yeah.
it was getting too big,
Oh,
and
get out.
they have a history of. I guess they have a
weak root system?
a narrow root system, and they fall over kind of easily.
Wow.
So.
Yeah.
But yeah, the burning bushes, which I think are gorgeous.
Yeah.
But apparently they and the ones that we have some on the side of our house, and they look great for a while. But they get huge, and you really have to trim them back.
I forget what it was called. It was a plant in my beds at my house, and they just grew out of control. They were very invasive. They have like a little purple flower to it. They were supposed to be pretty, but mine didn't get vibrant purple. It was gray. It was that time of the month. I was really angry, and I ripped them all out by hand.
Like Joan Crawford with the axe.
Oh my
Steve,
God.
pretty much. I was so angry at them that they weren't pretty, and
You're not pretty.
You're not
You need to
pretty.
die.
And they were big. They had
If you're not pretty,
split.
you're gonna die.
Oh, and I ripped them all out.
Do you know what's invasive and like very difficult to get rid of is bamboo?
Yes,
Yeah.
So
very much so.
my neighbor had to rent like a bulldozer to
get rid of
he
it.
basically dug a huge ditch down as far as he could to just because it was
spreads. It's
crazy.
It's like mint. It gets out of control, and it will take over.
I think pussy willow is like that too.
Really?
Yeah, I think if you
What
plant
did
it
you
and
say?
it and
You
it
said
tastes,
pussy willow.
It's right next to the burning bush.
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah. I like that.
Thank you.
All right, back to the Wawa. We have lots of calls coming in. I'm going to go to Rafe. He's gone through that Wawa. Hey, Rafe, you're on the air. Good morning, bud.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, bud. All right, so that we were curious about the Wawa drive-thru that is closed in Bucks County. Is it its own building?
I'm calling actually about the Upper Macungie one.
Okay. What can you tell us about that?
That one, it's its own building. There's no inside. You just drive through. I think there's 2 drive-through lanes to it.
Okay.
There's no inside, so it's just
You can't
gotta
walk
kinda know
in.
what you want.
You have to go through the drive-thru to get
Okay,
service.
and that one is still flourishing. Have you gone through it?
I have gone through it. It goes pretty fast. It's not super busy, but there's an actual Wawa not too far from there, so that one seems to be more busy than anything. So.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Interesting.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Rafe. And then the one in Bucks County, we're getting a lot of calls and a lot of texts. It is its own facility, meaning drive-through only, but it is right next to a Wawa gas station combo.
There you go. There you go.
Got it all cleared up. All right, and then one more story from City Beat. I saw this, the press release for this last week, and Steve sent me an article about it today, and I texted my family and said, we have to do this. It's called Beat the Bomb.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like an escape room, and a video game experience and Double Dare all rolled into one.
Oh, this says also my family on it.
Really?
For Jace, he would love this.
So there's like sliming involved. There are laser mazes and things like that, and problem solving, and things that you have to unlock. So it incorporates all that stuff. So it's in a 10,000 square foot space at 1218 Chestnut in Center City. It used to be the Spirit Halloween. And so Philly is Beat the Bomb's fourth location. It debuted in Brooklyn in 2017. It's got sites in Atlanta and Washington, D.C. There are 3 more on the way as well.
They say it's also good for corporate team building.
Yeah, team building is kind of what they focus on. So the founder, a guy named Alex Patterson, said his experience is more of a cousin concept of the escape room. Instead of one person being able to figure out all the clues, sometimes leaving others in the dust, Beat the Bomb requires total group participation for it to happen. He said, we focus on teamwork-style challenges where everyone is doing something together, but everyone has a different role, and it's Mission Impossible meets Double Dare. So I'm all
pretty
over
cool,
this.
yeah. It looks pretty cool.
My family and I have done... We've totaled it up at one point. We're in the realm of like 50 escape rooms.
Wow.
So, yeah, we do it.
And you've done some multiple times, right?
Yeah, we just did one a couple weeks ago. In fact, I ran into the owner of Expedition Escape in King of Prussia. They're great. They have a new room, so we're going to go probably do that next week.
That's the one next to
Marissa.
Where the Sears used to be, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's not in the mall.
Primark?
That's a different one.
Oh.
That's the Escape game.
Yes.
Which they're great too.
We
But
did that for
Expedition Escape. There's a few different ones. We just did in King of Prussia alone, there's probably 4 different ones.
Oh wow, okay.
And we just did one last week where the axe throwing is. And we nailed it. We had 16 minutes left. We killed it.
Yeah. I just saw this reel on Instagram. This guy had worked at an escape room for, I think he had said 6 months, and Ludacris would come in every single week with a different group of people. And he never let on to the group of people that he had already been there.
So he knows all.
That's great.
All of the clues, everything. So he seems like a genius. Oh, that's excellent. So this guy was a lawyer who opened this, who started the Beat the Bomb. He worked for Tough Mudder initially, the obstacle course event. He left that in 2015, and he said one of the inspirations was, the color runs they did for a while.
Yes, yeah, they were huge.
So he wanted to put all that excitement together: escape rooms, immersive live theater, game shows, video games, all this stuff. With the color run being the inspiration for the slime type of Double Dare thing. And he said, "I'm living a kid's dream as an adult." So you can pick slime, foam, or paint. And in each of the 5 rooms you go through, they are different, allowing for 3 different experiences. So that's awesome.
It is pretty cool.
Yeah, I will be on this as soon as we have time available to do it. So, all right, let's go back to the junk drawer.
All right.
I wanted those were really
this is
cool.
like a smorgasbord.
Those are really cool Philly stories that I wanted to pass along. So. All right, how about this? Going up to New York City this weekend to catch a show. Haven't been in Manhattan in ages. But apparently jaywalking is now legal in New York City. It just happened.
The big secret is people jaywalk all the time, and and now they're going to let you do it.
Now you can't get fined for it.
They figured, why fight it?
Legislation passed by the city council last month officially became law over the weekend after Mayor Eric Adams declined to take action, either by signing or vetoing it after 30 days. Council member Mercedes Narcisse said, "Let's be real, every New Yorker jaywalks. People are simply trying to get where they need to go. Laws that penalize common behaviors for everyday movement shouldn't exist."
You guys jaywalkers?
Yeah.
If
I need to. I try to be respectful of the flow of traffic. I don't want to make it difficult for cars. But if there's, if
it's wide open,
do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah. So the new law permits pedestrians to cross a roadway at any point, including outside of a crosswalk. It also allows for crossing against traffic signals and specifically states that doing so is no longer a violation of the city's administrative code. And it's interesting because what I did not know is that there are several other cities, Denver, Kansas City, Missouri, California, and also Nevada and Virginia.
LA
all decriminalized jaywalking.
LA used to be pretty aggressive on jaywalking.
Yeah.
Also in California, you better come to a stop if there's a pedestrian, because they take that really seriously. If you're driving and there's somebody walking anywhere near you, pedestrians really have the right of way in California. I think technically they have the right of way in all states, but people get angry in California.
Around here, where you really see that in effect is in the shore towns.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. All right.
Because there's
Yeah.
so many people walking and riding bikes that you as the car driver are kind of second fiddle. You know, you got to let everybody get, because it's way dangerous.
Yeah, let me ask you about that, because I adhere to that, except for when it is an intersection where there is a traffic light, and then I figure the traffic light is going to dictate if you.
I still give pedestrians the right of way.
Yeah, I don't.
And just because, I don't know, I guess I defer to it or whatever. But down the shore, you do pay closer attention to the traffic rules, to the speed limit. Like,
and they're much more arch when they say 20 miles an hour, whatever. They friggin' mean it.
Yeah,
most definitely.
Friggin' mean it.
All right. So no jaywalking fines in New York City if you're headed there. All right. Let me do one more case.
Okay.
All right. Let's.
Okay.
Wow, why are we playing this?
Because are
you gonna
I hit
sing?
the wrong button. I said okay, and then I was like,
Hi, everybody. I'd like to sing a little song on this Friday.
I know, please.
I mean, sometimes I miss out on these little coded message that Casey is trying to send via music, and it goes over my head. And I thought,
So I said the word.
Thank you for remembering.
Yeah.
I said the word okay, and then I was like, oh, we have an okay clip, and then I hit the button above the okay clip instead.
Okay. Hit the okay.
Okay.
Go back to Def Leppard.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it. I'm not touching anything.
real quick, Preston, are you staying in New York on Saturday night?
No, tonight.
Okay, because the marathon is on Sunday. New York City Marathon.
my God,
no, I'll be back.
Yeah, so there's
I'll be
like
back for them.
250,000 people that descend on the city, and it's already crowded and obnoxious. So
Wow.
anyway, yeah.
Okay.
Have fun.
Wait, where are you going? I want to know more.
Where am
Gonna
I
see a
going?
show.
We're going to see Little Shop of Horrors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you doing dinner?
Yes.
Do you know where you're going?
A place called Sushi Delic.
Okay.
Yeah, it's supposed to be really, really cool.
Are you going for are you going to do cocktails before, after?
I'm taking my
During?
youngest with me, so no cocktails.
Sounds like somebody's
I will be
annoyed.
drinking cocktails.
I was going to give you a couple good cocktail places. But
Okay.
Well, can you bring some cocktails back for
I
Kathy?
can. If
do you want me to meet you guys there?
Guys,
so badly.
Do you have, are those the cocktails you didn't drink? I'll take them.
All right. I thought this was fun, and I considered putting this in the Connoisseur, but I'm going to do it here. NFL athletes. Apparently, they eat a ton of Uncrustables.
Yeah.
The New York Times learned that many players opted to pass on citrus fruit like oranges, and instead they lean in on the kid-friendly favorite Uncrustables. That set The Athletic, the publication, excuse me, on a mission to find out just how many of the sealed crustless peanut butter and jelly sandwiches get eaten by the league each year.
They're really good.
After collecting data at the end of the 2023 season from the 24 NFL teams who participated out of the 32 teams, the outlet learned that the players easily go through at least 80,000 Uncrustables a year.
Wait, why?
Because they're just easy to eat and they're tasty. Which include when including games, practices, and training camps. They go through 80,000 of them. In a breakdown by team, the Denver Broncos topped all the others. They consume 7,000 of them a week.
7,000 Uncrustables a week.
Yeah. The Seattle Seahawks came in second place with 3,200, followed by the Jacksonville Jaguars with 3,150, and the Miami Dolphins eat about 3,000 a week.
So nutritionally, I've always heard, not that they say this is it's a godsend as far as a food pairing, but that a peanut butter and jelly sandwich is pretty decent.
Okay.
For a meal.
Yep.
You don't want to live on them, but I'm a fan of the Uncrustables.
Yeah, they're really good.
Yeah, they're really good.
On the opposite end of the spectrum, the Bengals and the Saints ranked last on the list. They have about 500 Uncrustables that they eat a week. Coincidentally, Uncrustables, which are marketed by Smuckers and found in the frozen food aisle at grocery stores, were invented by a retired football player.
Aha!
This is
Circle of life.
An interesting little story. Len Kretschmann, former wide receiver for North Dakota State University, went on to work with schools in the food service industry. In the 1990s, his wife Emily suggested that he create a mass-produced peanut butter and jelly sandwich without the crust. So they made their very first Uncrustable in their own kitchen using a glass to press down on the bread and cut off the crust. And they added a crimp to the sandwich edges. And 4 years after introducing the product, Smucker's bought the company in 1999.
I wonder for how much.
Yeah, it's a good question. Because at the time, it wasn't a full proven product.
I remember when they brought those in remember they brought this into the station for us to try out? We had a whole bunch of them.
When they were first
introduced.
Mass produced and introduced,
Yeah.
So they eat a ton of them in the NFL. 80,000 of them.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So anyhow, thought I would share that. All right, that's it for the junk drawer. We got to close it up now.
Yeah. That was the junk drawer. Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
By the way, that jingle sung by our former coworker, Kyle McCarty, and I have some information concerning him coming up in Music News later this morning. I do. As we are taking a break, I would like to give away some passes, the very first ones for the event that we just announced, the Preston and Steve Big Little Sorority Party. So I'm going to take 3 callers right now, ladies that can make it, and especially I'd like to have already members of the sorority, so you can bring someone who is not a member, and we can have them join. We would prefer it that way. If not, it's okay
we
too.
Understand, yeah.
But we need you to bring somebody who will also be a member of the sorority part of our sorority, and we're going to have our Zeta Eta Pi pins, a happy hour buffet, complimentary first drink, all that good stuff, and we'll do a ceremony. 215-263-WMMR. The event is Wednesday, November 13th at Parks Casino. Will be in the Liberty Bell Beer Garden, which is a great place, 6 to 8 p.m. So call now, 3 callers. We'll take a break. Coming back, Bizarre File on the way. And Little Walters has arrived, so we'll do giveaways with them, too, in a bit. Stay put.
Preston and Steve.
You go through these things. This has been your quantum leap.
Yes.
Know, I mean, but you were that kind of guy. You were on Broadway and you know working that whole deal. When you went in to I know you had an issue with working with kids initially, right? Because kids can be a liability, right?
Initially.
I mean, because I find. You've got to get the right. I'm so quick to hate a kid in a thing. if he's, you know what I'm saying? If he's
I do know what you mean. I know exactly.
You got to get a Haley Joel Osment. You got to get somebody who really gets.
Yeah.
These
and we got like 6 of them.
Yeah.
I know. I know.
And so they never. The old thing is never work with animals or kids.
Yeah. But you and I are the same age, right? So when I look at this
Are you 75?
Born in 75.
No, 1975. No.
So you were born on my brother's birthday in 1975.
Oh,
I
wow.
saw that. I turned 44 on the 4th of July. So
wait.
Yeah.
I was born on your brother.
My brother was born in 73.
Oh, 73. I was like, wow, 2 months apart? Brother, how did that happen? Something with test tubes and cloning or something.
It's right out of Stranger Things.
Yeah, exactly.
So the upside down.
You and I and Nick, actually, as a matter of fact, we're all contemporaries. So we grew up with the same movies. So there are movies that came out in the 80s that still work today that have kids in them because they were so good. The Goonies is one.
Yes.
Stand By Me is another one. Sandlot is another one that came a little bit later on.
Okay.
And so I like E.T. Yeah. As a matter of fact, E.T.
Yeah. Drew Barrymore, like a little tiny Drew Barrymore, amazing.
Right. So, and we had the creator of The Sandlot in here a couple of years ago, and he actually, I think they had a whole other cast of kids, and he was like, you know what, I need to get older kids to play younger because they weren't doing it right. And
yeah, interesting.
And so,
I mean, our kids are kind of all over the map. I think when we started, I think Millie was the youngest, and I think she was 11 years old. And then I think Caleb was the oldest, and I think he was maybe 14. So they do span a little bit, but in general, they are kind of aging with the show. Like Millie in particular is, you know, she started out, she was 11 years old, and now she's what, like 14 or something. and
She's
the
a young
kids are
woman now.
growing up.
It's a little weird to see, but it's natural.
Well, it's
but
weird for you. It's just weird for Hopper too. Yeah, it's like a nightmare.
I love that you, and to Preston's point about the character, this character, and I think I like complex, I like villains where you can sort of see why they are what they are, and they're not just, mustache twisting. And I like heroes that sometimes get pissed off and have luggage, and that's how Hopper came into the to the deal. The whole paternal aspect of him was not revealed, and it becomes revealed in an organic way. How much of your input helped create that genesis for Hopper?
I mean, they had an amazing character already created when I came in, but they also are very collaborative. So, I have ideas and I understand men that are broken and disappointed in life, and other people are disappointed in. So I had some insight into that.
Right.
And so, as we were developing him in the first season, and one of the fun things was as we developed him in the first season, and as we thought, we were all sort of neurotic, and we thought, well, this isn't going to have much of a life after this season. But we would sit around on set and just have fantasies about, like, what would be amazing? Like, if we could run this thing. Like, what could be cool? And I think that some of those discussions, especially in season 1, one of the fun things was, like, we really loved the character of Hopper, and we also really loved this character of 11. And we were like, there's clearly, like, he had a daughter who died, and so he has a lot of trauma around that. And she had a papa who was manipulative and who used her.
Right.
And so wouldn't it be great for these two characters to try to heal their trauma together and do it in a very chaotic way where they don't know what they're doing. Yeah,
season
so that
2 was
led
that
into
process.
Season 2.
Yeah.
And, and then there's stuff that we're even responding to going into season 3.
Yeah, no.
David, I loved you on Newsroom, and I love you in this, in Stranger Things, and they're very different roles.
Very different.
And the writing on, which is Aaron Sorkin's show on the Newsroom, it's so fast-paced, and so a lot of your characters build on the fast-paced nature of the entire show and how quickly the dialogue is delivered, whereas on Stranger Things, it's the spaces between the notes, right? It's a lot more drawn out, and you can be a much more subtle actor. Do you have a preference? Does it matter to you? Or do you just like the work when the work is good?
No, I mean, I do feel like with the Newsroom stuff, like, I feel like the gestalt, like the larger piece, is very good, but as a component in it, you don't have a lot of freedom to do. You don't have a lot of ownership in a weird way. And so with Stranger Things, there's a lot more ownership. I mean, you get to explore a lot more behavior. A lot of times, like, Sorkin's stuff and Newsroom is very much about the point you're making, on the page. Whereas with Stranger Things, you may say something and mean something entirely different, or you may say something and then behave entirely different.
And there are these pauses and these drawn out things, especially with your character. Because
I love that. I love the way your character is like, you take a lot of time. Like, what's up with you? Why?
It's compelling. You get drawn in as a result.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's my whole thing with acting has always been that, a lot of it, human behavior is always very complex, and sometimes, a lot of times, I think people say something that, and then they behave entirely differently. And that's sort of how I've seen the world since I was a kid, is I've always been confused by human beings, because they would say things like, I love you. And you'd be like, I don't think you do. I think you want me to stay, or I don't know what you want, but you don't just love me. So that's always the complicated thing that I want to explore with human beings. And I think that the great thing about the Duffers is they really love actors. They really love what we bring to it, and they really want, so they'll have something in their mind that's very specific, and then we'll come in and mess it up, and they'll be like, this is even better than what and that sort of collaboration is what you're always looking for.
You mentioned taking a lot of time. Netflix took a long time to get this next season back. And I was curious what you,
All right, listen.
how you feel about that as an actor.
Listen, here's the problem, right? It's not a problem. It's a problem with you guys. I swear, it's a problem with the world. Okay, because we have. All right, I'm going to throw down here because we have trained you. We give you 8, or actually last year 9 hours of content.
Yeah.
And you binge it all in a day.
No, I learned.
And it's like, give us time. Take your time. Once every 2 months is when you should be watching an episode.
No, it's crack.
Look,
it's
I know.
crack.
For me too. I mean, sorry.
No. And as soon as it's over, you're like, when's the next one coming out? Like, after the first day it comes out, you watch the whole season, and then you want to know when there's more.
And you'll see, you'll see as you watch this season. I mean, the problem is, I agree. I wish we could bring them out to you every couple months, But the problem is, and especially when you watch this season, if you really just watch each episode and you see the camera work, the story work, the production design, every single one of them is an hour-long movie.
That's been true
of
the whole series.
8 of them.
Yeah.
But eight movies in a year and a half is pretty good, compared to
Well, let me ask you, going to your film work, which we should love. And Casey brought up Black Mass, and you've worked on the other side of the table from Johnny Depp, as menacing a Whitey Bulger as you could possibly imagine. And I was reading an interview with you where you say the performance it really works like when you legitimately, if you're supposed to hate somebody, if you actually sort of legitimately hate the person in that scene, that you can tell when someone's going, I'm going to pretend I hate you. So when Johnny Depp is looking across at you and he's delivering the secret recipe sequence, are you kind of getting unnerved by that?
Yeah. I mean, there's very personal work going on. I'm terrified of Johnny Depp. I mean, who isn't? But so yeah, I mean, it's a funny thing. You meet people and you work with them almost immediately. That was Johnny and me. We just met that day and we just had that scene. But
no kidding.
That was your first scene with him that day?
Yeah, and that was actually my first scene in the movie.
Wow.
You sit down with a person, and so what I try to do is just get very personal with them early on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You try to really see what you get from this human being, and then what you can use. It's almost like you're there with another chef, and you guys just have ingredients spilled out, and you're like, okay, what am I going to use from you? You have this set of ingredients, I have this set of ingredients. What can we? And I mean, I do feel like the thing about acting is that I do it sometimes, and sometimes I get scared of doing it, but when you bleed, other people feel it more, I think.
Right.
Ernest Hemingway has this great quote where he's like, writing is easy. You just sit at the typewriter and bleed. And it's true. When you actually are in the room, if you actually are hurt by someone, it registers as differently, viscerally, than if you're just sort of pretending.
Right.
And I think in that scene you had soy sauce and garlic ingredients you had, right?
Oh, man, you found out. I spilled the secret.
Can I ask you a question? Because
real quick, I just want to reset. It's David Harbour, if you're just tuning in. Stranger Things Season 3 coming up on Netflix July 4th.
With that particular movie, listen, you've been an actor for a long time. That's what you majored in college. You get into it because you love it. I assume that you didn't get into what you're doing now to receive awards and all that sort of stuff. However, with that movie, I felt like Johnny Depp should have at least been nominated for Best Actor in every single award show, and he wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, that stuff's all political,
Okay.
You can see there are signs, and it's always been the case. For example, I always point to the fact that Paul Newman should have won for The Verdict, and they gave it to him for The Color of Money.
Yeah, I know exactly. Yeah,
and it's we screwed up, so here you go. So that's.
I think it's Pacino too, right? He was nominated, The Godfather, Godfather 2, all these movies, and then they give it to him for A Scent of a Woman, which is okay. But it's no Dog Day Afternoon. Come on,
No, you're right.
You're
Attica.
It was just on the other night. It holds up. It's still great.
David, I wanted to go back to the kids on the set on Stranger Things. You're watching these kids grow up. They're great actors, yet they are they're going up into this world of a career. I'm wondering if you're just letting them do that, or do you occasionally have a little bit of advice you try to, by osmosis, kind of give to them?
Are you a parent?
I am. Yeah, I have 3. Yeah.
One of his sons is right behind us.
Yeah.
Oh,
actually,
really?
yeah. Yep. Mhm.
Hey, do you listen to your dad? Oh, yeah. Yeah, whatever. Because you're in the room. Yeah, I know. No, it's like, of course, like, whatever. I mean, I actually don't have kids, so I have 6, or 7 if you include Joe Keery. But like little kids who I like adore and love, and of course I'm protective over them, and I want them. And I mean, it is a hard road, and especially nowadays with all the interaction with fans and stuff like that, and the fact that, there's a fickle light of fame and of people that like you. I mean, I look at professional sports players, and you have a bad season, and you got people in the stands going like, "You're a bum," and we have the same
exponentially now
thing
because of social media.
Exactly,
you're just eviscerated.
That's the thing, and I feel for these kids to be thrust in the limelight so quickly, and to be, they are beloved. And look, I hope that they never have a day of not being beloved. But I will say I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's possible for any human being. I mean, we go up and down. The world loves you. They hate you. I mean, it's just the nature of fortune, right? It's like a fickle wheel. It just spins. It just spins.
But you feel the hate more than you do the love for some reason.
Absolutely. It's so true, right? I mean,
you have to learn, though, my dad years ago he would say, always consider the source. Always consider the source. And when you do that, it helps mitigate and tamp down that stuff. But it's hard, though, because you get into this because as you said, you go to the hairdresser. How am I doing? And you don't want to hear you're not. It doesn't look like it's going well yet.
And you think that I think because we're on TV or whatever it is, like. I think it too. I mean, I've written things on
MMR.
Thanks, Kath. In a little while, we're going to Orange Cassidy of AEW here in the studio. Their show is at the Leah Core Center tomorrow night. But real quick, I want to mention and thank very much Little Walters, the Polish-American restaurant, dropped off food here. It's outstanding.
So good.
And we're having pierogies and kielbasi and all kinds of good stuff. And Marissa was explaining to me that Little Walters is considered like one of the top 50 restaurants in the country. Wow. It is tough to get a table because it's like the hot spot right now.
Well, it's pretty amazing they dropped food off for us this morning. That they're that popular.
And apparently I think the owner got up early this morning to create this wonderment that we are feasting on. So I would like to share the love with you because they're here in conjunction with the movie A Real Pain, which stars Jesse Eisenberg, who wrote and directed this, and also Kieran Culkin. And it's going to hit theaters November 15th. They are mismatched cousins on a Polish adventure. So I can give you a $50 gift card and a 4-pack of passes for an advanced screening of A Real Pain, which is going to be Wednesday at 7 o'clock at the PFS East Theater in Center City. We'll take caller number 17 at 215-263-WMMR, and we'll set you up with that.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a great deal. So give us a call right now. Nick, before we get into our Friday song and the Bizarre File, you wanted to give a shout out.
I met the nicest, happiest woman on the planet yesterday. Her name is Mandy Collette. She runs the Love Cubicle in the Delaware County Courthouse in Media, PA, and she just is a ray of sunshine. She could not have been nicer. She listens to the show every day. She loves the Bizarre File, which is why I want to do this now. And so she and her dog, Poppy, were going out for Halloween last night. I hope you guys had a great Halloween. So, Mandy, it was great meeting you. Thank you so much for your kindness and your hospitality and your happiness. And this shout out is for you.
All right. Excellent. Let us ring in Friday officially. I don't know why that's there. Let's ring in Friday officially. Here we go.
presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by College Ave. Experience a better way to pay for college. You can apply for a college loan in minutes and be on your way to a bright future only at collegeave.com. Well, parenting is full of surprises, and one mom was reminded of that when she received a text from her son's kindergarten teacher. Crystal Starnes took to TikTok to share the story of getting a message from her 5-year-old son Hudson's teacher about a very unexpected discovery in his pocket. And the text began saying, "Good morning, and let me first say Hudson is not in trouble over this. He came up to me before recess and pulled this out of his pocket asking what it was. And there was a photo of a non-latex condom still sealed in the wrapper that the kid had found. The teacher didn't tell him what it was, just that she'd throw it away and let his mom know what he had discovered.
Right.
While this would be a funny story on its own, it's more mysterious because most people would think Hudson found the condom at home, but that's not the case. Turns out his mom had her tubes tied when he was a baby, so she and her husband haven't had any condoms at home for years. Where did it come from? Well, Starnes really wasn't sure, but she bought the jeans that Hudson was wearing at Walmart about a week before and had only taken the tags off of them that morning, so she guesses someone could have put it in the pocket at the store as a prank. And while she may never know where it came from, she still said, "I thought it was hilarious."
Or is that a kind of an extra little bonus when you buy the jeans?
Maybe
you get a free condom.
It's a promotion they're doing at Walmart that we weren't familiar with. I don't know. All right, posting on the Am I the A-Hole subreddit, in which users ask online strangers to judge whether they're right or wrong in certain situations. There was an account that's posted a very specific dilemma. The version is this, okay? The female user's boyfriend cheated on her with a man during a work trip to Utah, and he blamed the transgression on Utah's altitude.
So the altitude made him get it on with another guy.
Exactly.
Okay.
She said,
I had not heard that one.
She said, "I can hardly believe that I'm writing this or that it happened, but I am, and it did. So here we go. I'm 28-year-old female. I've been with my boyfriend, 29-year-old male, for 3 years.
How high are we? I feel the need to hump a guy.
Every now and then, he has to go to Utah for a few days because his team has a customer service branch that operates out there. I got a text from one of his coworkers who has become a friend of ours, and it said that on the trip, my boyfriend cheated on me with some guy on the customer care team. The user did not believe it at first, mentioning that her boyfriend is always identified as straight. And she continued saying, when he got home, I asked him about it, basically expecting him to confirm that it was nonsense. Instead, he got real quiet.
Yeah.
And had to sit down and said that he had to tell me something.
Have you ever heard of altitude sickness?
And he said that it was true. He said he did have a one-night stand with a guy, and I couldn't believe it. I asked him if he was telling me that he was gay or bisexual, and regardless, cheating is cheating. He insisted he was not gay at all. But the strangest thing happened, she said. He said that when he was at dinner with his Utah coworkers, he, quote, suddenly became gay.
Wow.
And I was like, what the F? And he said that he thinks it was due to the altitude.
What about what they were serving?
According to the user, the man reportedly got really confused as to how all of a sudden he was gay, claiming that higher altitudes have an impact on how people think. But added that as soon as he landed back at home, he was back to being straight.
Hetero again.
For those wondering, Utah is considered a high-altitude state, an average elevation of 6,100 feet. And she wrote, I'm confused.
We're high and we're gay.
One person responded to the subreddit saying, if I'm gay at sea level, imagine my powers if I climb up the mountain.
It would be astonishing.
Another one wrote, I met my boyfriend just this afternoon. She, in a follow-up, she wrote, I met my boyfriend just this afternoon. He acted like nothing was abnormal. I told him it was over. He acted like I thought he was joking. I said, come on, he cheated on me. And he said he couldn't believe that I was blaming him for it. And she said, it was the altitude. And he kept saying it. He said it like 15 times in a row. It was the altitude. It was the altitude. I told him that it didn't matter if the altitude made him gay. He still had no choice. He still had a choice not to cheat on me.
Good. That's the way you frame it. Yes.
And
altitude gayness or not.
And he accused me of being a bigot. And
you are altitude gay phobic.
At the end of the post, it seemed that the man, quote, is sticking to this story, claiming that he was temporarily and unwillingly gay due to the altitude. Wow.
One of the best.
That's one of the best.
I wonder if Sir Edmund Hillary encountered.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
that
well,
when he was.
but he's gay because
That was a mountain climber.
That was a mountain
That story was
climber.
about mountain climber.
Yeah.
He was blind, but
He got so
turned
high.
gay. All right, a Texas high school cheating ring was busted up, but it had nothing to do with students. The basketball coach at this school is accused of being the kingpin behind a teacher cheating scandal. Vincent Grayson
Was it the altitude?
was allegedly working with an employee at the Houston Training and Education Center. Wannabe teachers would pay thousands of dollars to have someone take their certification test for them. Investigators believe hundreds of unqualified teachers were allowed to work as a result. Grayson allegedly pocketed more than $1 million in the scheme.
These kind of scams are out there, man.
Wow. Yeah. All right, and then we'll do one more story. How about this one? A man recently shared an odd story on Reddit about discovering his roommate of 2 years had secretly been sleeping under his bed for months.
Secretly, while he was sleeping on top of the bed?
Correct.
Wow.
He explained he had heard strange noises under his bed one night around 3 in the morning. Thinking,
Go back to sleep.
Thinking that it was a mouse, he got a flashlight and looked under the bed, and he was shocked to see his roommate Carl was
Carl!
there.
Oh my God.
He said, "There under my bed,
Seriously?
staring.
What are you eating there?
Staring wide-eyed at me."
Boxes of crackers.
Carl, good to see you.
And he screeched when I looked under the bed. He described the terror that he felt at the discovery.
That is chilling.
The man who immediately fled the apartment in fear later received unsettling texts from Carl.
Box of crackers and a box of candy bars.
All right, let me get this straight, sir. He said box of crackers and candy bars.
So Carl admitted that he had been sleeping under the bed several nights a week for 3 or 4 months. Carl claimed that he was doing it to, quote, get closer and physically saturate each other.
Wow.
Now staying with a friend, the man shared that Carl has been blowing up his phone with apologies.
Have you been physically saturating my socks?
Some responses to the post claim that the man is overreacting, while others have come to his defense. So, no, you are not overreacting if Carl is under your bed on a regular basis and you didn't know about it. All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for now, friend. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment. Don't forget the Connoisseur is coming up a little later on this morning. We have giveaways in conjunction with that. We're going to have Orange Cassidy of AEW Collision, which is going to be tomorrow night at the Leah Core Center, stopping in here. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
People on Twitter, like celebrities and stuff, and you think that, like, those people are immune because they are so like, and then you're just like, no, like I'm just a human being like anybody else. So if you come up and say like, you're the worst, like, it hurts. I mean, you're
like, I am.
Yeah,
I am the worst.
But it is true. Like the amount you can just rack up love, and it just scroll through that.
Or
but, the minute somebody goes like, I don't know, you're
like your hairdresser.
What? Yeah, exactly.
Well, like I tweeted out, OJ's on Twitter now, and I tweeted out, I did bring up the double murder thing, but I said he looked good. So I tried to.
Okay.
I still, even with OJ, I tried to do that.
Going back to Stranger Things, I love the concept of the town of Hawkins. It's very Stephen King-esque, like Castle Rock, where there's just this area that's concentrated. Weird things are happening all the time. You've also got this cast that's growing up. This could go on for quite a while. And only you and the guy, the people that are writing this show know whether it's a definitive end at the end of season 3. We don't know, but this train could keep riding for a while, couldn't it? Yeah.
All right. All right. Like a shaky witness, I'm gonna reach for the glass.
We know
take a sip of coffee.
We know you got to run. Real quick question about Black Widow. You are indeed filming that?
No. Yes. I mean, I don't know if I'm filming right now.
Right.
But yes.
Okay.
We are shooting that movie. Yes.
I just wanted to make sure because reports and IMDb and
no. There's a lot of misinformation on that as well. But I will say that Kate Shortland is directing this movie Black Widow, which I am in, and it is incredible.
Awesome.
We love the subject matter.
Scarlett.
You know, we're thrilled you're in it. We're huge fans of what you do. And it's just very intriguing. So
I think it's really going to be a good one.
Yeah.
I mean, and these Marvel guys are like, they're just the best in the business. Like Kevin Feige and these guys are just so good at what they do. So you really feel it on set too. It's like this real, these guys are just really good at telling stories.
They take something that could be lighter than air and really you just evaporate, and they make it something that has gravitas to it, which is amazing.
Exactly.
Stranger Things Season 3 is on Netflix July 4th. Dude, I'm really happy that you're like a super nice guy.
Oh, thanks.
That's always nice to find out.
Nice to talk to you guys.
Thank you. We appreciate
and
it.
enjoy the season. It's really, and I don't say this, I mean, I'm stand behind the hype. It's like, it's going to take your breath away.
Love it. Love
Excellent.
it.
All right, let's hear it for David Harbour.
Thank you.
Blink recently shared a new song called Happy Days.
Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah, the track follows Blame It On My Youth and Generational Divide as the third offering from the trio's new LP, which is tentatively titled Bajmir. Somebody they texted this, and it says their album is Rim Job Backwards. I thought that was the name of Rim Job Backwards was the name of the album. No, Bajmir is Rim Job spelled backwards.
Oh, what? There we go. Thank you. We would not have known that.
I like that.
Yeah.
Bajmir. Or you can name an album Rim Job Backwards.
Would it sound that way if you took...
I doubt it.
Reversed it. I don't think it would.
Let's all
try it.
We could.
Yes.
So just say clearly, say rim job.
Can you record it and play backwards or no?
Yes, I can.
Okay, say when.
Go ahead. When?
Rim job.
All right.
Okay, so Casey will record that.
All right.
We'll see what that sounds like. All right. Okay, say when.
Go ahead. When?
Rim job.
All right, you ready?
Yep. Bajmir.
Yeah.
Bajmir.
Yeah.
Bajmir. There's a little in there, but Bajmir. Now let me say that forward.
And see if it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, ready?
Yep.
Bajmir.
Okay.
Okay, let's try that. See if it comes back as
Try that. Go here and.
Rim job.
We're scientists.
Rim job.
Do it again. You can even do it better.
Rim job. Rim job.
We are ready to transmit.
Bajmir. Rim job.
The aliens are about to transmit a message. Rim job.
Play it again, Casey. Rim job.
Wow.
You really got that in there.
I love our
And now the envoy from Neptune is about to speak.
Rim job.
Rim job.
Rim job.
Rim job.
It's
like you've just met in the jungle. Rim job.
Rim job.
That's my favorite one.
Rim job.
It's a
Rim
greeting.
job.
Rim job. You like rim job.
Rim.
Rim job.
Rim.
Why did that?
I don't know why it's stopping.
Me? Neither.
Rim job.
Rouge job. You tongue to cream butthole.
At the end, I go, rim job.
Yeah, of course. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
It's definitely
Rim
enough to-
job.
That's the natural gagging.
Rim job. Job. Someone wants to point out that we've won awards.
Yes.
Yes, we have.
I know.
True.
That doesn't mean they can't rescind them.
Yeah.
What?
Do you get the spicy chicken at the Chick-fil-A, or do you just get the regular chicken?
I have gotten the spicy before.
I think I'm just a spicy chicken guy. Like there.
Oh dear God, I'm just a spicy chicken guy.
Are you coming out right now?
I'm coming out.
I mean, Pride Month ended
Mom,
yesterday.
can
Did
we
it end
talk?
yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah,
June.
June.
All right, anyway,
Okay,
I was
well-
just joking.
I'm
Go
a
ahead.
spicy chicken guy. Oh no!
But I just wanted to let this be known that Wendy's has,
Well, I'll always love you.
has the spicy chicken nuggets are back. So
That was, yes, I did see that announcement they made. So you wanted to get the word out?
I just want to get the word out. Want to
All
let
right.
people know it's usually like $6 for a buck.
Yeah.
I heard.
This morning on the Preston and Steve Show, Casey Boy reveals something concerning fast food and an extended offer. We go down to Jim Iglesiewski outside of the Pentagon. Jim, did Casey in fact confirm there was an extended offer? That's correct, Tom. Thank you, Jim.
That's all you had to say. Yes, it's correct. It's confirmed.
I think I'm just a spicy chicken guy. Like,
just a spicy chicken guy. Spicy chicken guy. Oh no! Dear God, I'm just a spicy chicken guy.
I just want to get the word out. Want to let people know.
Okay, so I want to talk about the movies that are opening this weekend. Where'd Casey go?
Do you think he had to make a boom boom?
I'm not really sure. There's a lot of things that are off about him today. So
is it even Casey?
It might not be Casey. Did we check?
Maybe it's
no,
the hair.
we usually take a urine specimen every morning.
So we usually have a little song that we play. Marissa, I don't know if you can find that or not. It's the 20th Century Fox with the recorder.
Yeah.
Maybe it's under. I don't know what it's even labeled under.
I'll admit this. I'm a little scared.
We have kazoos.
You could do that, Kath.
You're a master of it, Kathy.
Yeah.
Play it for us.
I got mine, Kath.
All right, I have my A.
You know how it goes?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll give you the.
Okay, ready?
Wait, hum it for me. Okay.
Ray, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen.
You were way better than me.
Thank you. I went for it.
That was sensational.
A little lightheaded.
You know what I realized?
You have a recorder.
I have a recorder right here.
You want to do it again?
You okay?
I'm better.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't feel good, guys.
Right over here is Jason Kelsey.
Yeah.
How you doing so far? You enjoying the off season?
Yeah, it's good. We just started up again about 2 weeks ago. This week was the first week on the field with the coaches. So we're kind of back at it.
Kind of seems like there's really not any sort of real off season these days. The nature of the beast is that you just keep at it.
Yeah, especially when you're playing playoff games and stuff like that. It shortens down. We're probably 7 months out of the year working, but that's. Pretty intensive work for 7 months. But
Jason, is it a case of, and is it sort of better that way because you gotta do more getting up to speed?
Yeah.
If you take too much time off, and if you kind of sort of keep at it, you're always just a tick off, fighting weight, basically?
Yeah, I think most guys lift year-round pretty much.
Yeah.
You'll take a few weeks off here or there, go on vacation, whatnot, but most guys are always staying in shape. This time of the year is especially important for all the new free agents that we got in, all the guys that are trying to learn the terminology, the new playbooks.
Well, your brother's like one of the best tight ends in the league.
Yeah.
He does a great commercial, by the way.
He's tackling an eagle in that commercial, or have we talked about this yet?
He's dancing in the commercials, the commercial that I'm talking about, where he's sort of fantasizing and he's doing like an end zone dance, and then you realize that he's like standing in the middle of a store or whatever.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, because you guys are both at the top of your games and the top of your positions, who's the actual better athlete?
Oh, Travis is not even close.
Oh, really?
Not even close. You got to call him as you see him. Yeah. Honestly, he's living it out in fantasy, and you're doing it.
Yeah. No, he's a special athlete, and he always has been. Even no matter what it was, basketball, baseball, he's just had a knack for sports. I think that I've always been big, fast, and strong, but the type of athlete he is, how fluid he is, the way he moves, his ability to change direction and things like that, and spatial awareness. He's a tremendous athlete.
Jason, you and Nick share something in common. You guys have both climbed Mount Kilimanjaro.
You climbed Mount Kili?
I did. Yeah, I did it for charity as well. The organization you guys did it with was Chris Long and Bo Allen. And the Water Boys is a fantastic organization. And, when I did it, I thought I never want to do it again. Because
same here.
Yeah, it is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life.
Yeah.
But now it's been several years and I want to do it again. And part of the reason why I want to do it again is because of the work you guys have done for such a great organization. And I love philanthropic climbs at all. And to do it and make it that challenging is really impressive. Tell me your impressions of the climb itself.
Same as you.
Yeah.
The moment I started going up that last night, about halfway through, I was like, "What in the hell am I doing?"
Yeah.
You're in the pitch black. You're going. What route did you go up?
We did Umboy.
Umboy.
Yeah.
We did Wrong Guy, which is the only one from like the north side.
Yes.
It's the shortest, but I think
Is it steeper?
I think it's at the top. It's a little bit steeper.
Because everyone says it's like Nick was saying that basically as climbs go, it's a gradual. But there was one route that at the end, that's probably what you did, that it becomes a lot steeper.
The summit is the hardest part of the climb.
Exactly.
And you're already tapped out because you've done a climb for several days in a row, and then it becomes the steepest part at the highest elevation.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I don't know if it's any steeper. I shouldn't say that, but you do have to. Once you get to the top, you don't go right to the peak, so you have to like walk around to the other side of the peak, which is a little bit more of like another 2 hours once you're already at the top, which is kind of like, well, why in the heck am I?
Are you walking?
I should already be here.
Is that so you summit like at daybreak?
So you get up at midnight the night before. That's what we did on this route. You have a headlamp on. It's the blackest of black you've ever seen. I mean, there's not a light
on a mountain.
Yeah, and you just start making your ascent. And at this point, it's a little bit too steep for guys like me to go straight up. I mean, the porters and guys who do this, I mean, it's nothing to them. They're walking up and down like it's just another day of work.
Bastards.
But, for us, we go like kind of like sideways in these skipbacks, and it took us 7.5 hours to get to Gilman's Point, which was the top of the Wrong Guy route, and then we had to walk another 2.5 hours to the peak. So I got to the peak around 10 a.m.
Who else climbed with you guys?
So it was me, Chris, Bo, and Haloti Nada were the 4 guys that have played with the Eagles.
And Haloti?
They said Haloti and Bo were the 2 heaviest guys that they've ever seen climb the mountain.
Tomorrow night, Leah Course Center is AEW Collision. And in our studio, we have sitting right next to us, gang, Orange Cassidy. Good morning, Orange.
Good morning. I don't think people know. I literally just walked right in, put headphones on, and sat down.
That's it.
And,
Literally.
I felt so cool doing that. I timed it perfectly.
It was a cool move.
Yeah, the song
even
was
if
fading.
accidental. Yeah,
it was fading right as he's coming in.
Are you bummed out? You're not in a helicopter doing the traffic report?
No. Oh, God. I
She
did it
hates
one
him.
time, and I almost had a heart attack. So, yeah, no, I'm good.
And by the way, she could not identify the main thoroughfares from the air.
I don't know how anybody could do it back when they were in helicopters.
Yeah. And there was a couple of stories. Some famous Preston. Did you have a guy in St. Louis who died?
Yeah, I actually flew with him. This guy named Alan Barklage was the famous back in the day helicopter pilot there. He was a Vietnam veteran. And one time somebody got in and pulled a gun on him in his helicopter, forced him to fly to a prison. They were going to do a prison break. He wrestled the gun away from the person and killed them in his own helicopter.
Whoa.
He showed me pictures of the blood stains on the inside of his chopper. It's insane.
That is he's the coolest guy ever.
Right?
He beat your move of coming in right for the interview lesson.
Yeah, I was talking about how cool I am. Nope.
I want to mention that Jane, Starship, that is one of your entrance songs, and you have another one by the Pixies.
Yes.
But there's a, which I thought is kind of cool. They originally, when the issue of you using the song came up, somebody in the camp found out. Explain what happened, because I think it's kind of funny.
Yeah, Jefferson Starship, Jane is a very special song for me because I used it pretty much all of my career before I got to AEW and got to wrestle on television. And I really wanted to use it, obviously, but that costs a lot of money. And
It does.
I didn't have any money. So my very good friend and phenomenal boss and owner of AEW, Tony Khan, said, well, I'll reach out and see what I can do. And they said no. And it was like just way too much money. Okay. So then he was like, you know what? We're going to get you something special. So one night, it was during COVID, we were sitting around because we had a quarantine and all that stuff, stay together.
Yeah.
It was late nights with all of us together, all the roster. We were just talking, and he came up with the idea of using the Pixies, and I loved it. Where Is My Mind?
Another great song.
It's so good. And we got that. And all of a sudden, I'm starting to use it on television every single week. And articles being written about it, social media, pictures, like, Where's My Mind? And obviously that song doesn't need any help. It's one of the best songs ever. And it's, but there was, it was a resurgence for it. And Jefferson Starship found out about it and like, okay, you know what? He can use it now.
Wow.
As your star is rising, and they're like, oh, yeah.
So now I have become maybe one of the first professional wrestlers to have the most expensive theme musics in all of professional wrestling. Because now I have 2, and I use them at will whenever I feel.
Yeah.
You still had to pay for it, though?
I didn't pay for anything.
Yeah.
It
still
everything.
had to be paid for.
Of course, everything.
Wow.
So your history, your wrestling history is near and dear to Philly. That's where you started. You're from Jersey, but you started your wrestling career here, correct?
I have spent many years here in Philadelphia, and I consider it pretty much a home because even when I was living in Jersey or wherever else I was in this country, I would always travel to Philly to wrestle. It was on the weekends during the week, and it was, over 25 years of dealing with 76, 95, and really embracing Wawa.
Wawa.
Because if you don't know, like we would have people come from all over the world.
Yeah.
And all over the first thing they want to do, people from these kids from Australia would come and be like, we got to go to Wawa. I'm like, yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Always have to.
Yeah, absolutely freaking right. There is such a rich history with wrestling and Philadelphia. I don't think another city, obviously, people might say it when they're passing through, but a lot of the wrestlers will come through and they'll say how important Philadelphia is, how important the fan base is. Is there a little extra energy when you're coming back here to wrestle?
Yes. And I also think it's because Philadelphia has professional wrestling fans that understand professional wrestling, and they're very passionate about it. And they can identify somebody that's being not genuine. And, I was luckily enough, the Philadelphia fan base liked me, and I'm very, very appreciative of it because it made my whole entire wrestling career a lot easier.
Yeah.
Because if you can win over the Philadelphia faithful, then you'll be all right pretty much anywhere else.
You're exactly right. When we came to Philadelphia, this is years ago, starting the radio career, we've seen people come in, and I'm sure you've seen it. And there's a little sense of entitlement. If you come in and if you do the work, you will have no more loyal fan base if you're putting out the product and doing the work than you will here. But people who have come to the town and try to own it automatically, they get skinned alive.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I've seen it.
Yeah.
Many times.
As far as wrestling fan bases are concerned, what other cities are comparable to Philadelphia?
I always love wrestling in Chicago.
Okay.
Chicago's always a really good, and also, the Northeast, Boston and Providence are also pretty special to me too, because that's where I spent a lot of my career. Driving up 5.5 hours in a car and then driving back.
So you remember it fondly, do you?
I can never forget it.
At what point did you choose this career? You were like, okay, this is the path I'm gonna head down.
I don't know. I always just said I would do it. This is gonna sound so like, and I was like, you know what? I could probably do that.
So many of us do that.
So then I just did it, and I never stopped doing it. And
well, it's because what you do and the way you do it, you make it look effortless. You make it look easy.
Orange Cassidy. You are Orange Cassidy. You essentially that's you. And sometimes people have to swing outside the actual persona that they are, and it's all great. It's all for entertainment. Right. But it's a little bit more. You're more linear to who you are in the ring.
Well, it's. I touched on it Wednesday on this past Wednesday on Dynamite. I'm not the biggest guy in the world. I am not the tallest guy in the world. I don't look like your typical professional wrestler. And it was just about, and I knew I wasn't going to make it anywhere. But I loved professional wrestling, and I was going to do professional wrestling, and I was going to do it any way that I could.
Yeah.
And how I was going to stand out, I don't know. I'll figure it out as long as I get the professional wrestle. And sorry to the people that say I don't look like a professional wrestler. Too bad.
You are.
I did it.
You are.
I'm doing it.
You're doing it.
Oh, well.
I have a question about that. Does that kind of serve you well in your civilian life in that you don't really, blatantly stand out like a gorilla? A gorilla.
Yeah, it makes riding on all the airplanes so much easier.
Right.
Oh yeah, we've had guys come through who they're totally after when they get on a
sit
commercial
next to them on an airplane. and it's terrible. I will say this: the Philadelphia International Airport, TSA, love professional wrestling because whenever I go through, and they're always like, "Hey, Jose," but whenever I go to an airport has no idea. And when I was the international champion for like a year and a half, whatever, I would have this championship in my bag, and I would go through the security, the X-ray, and they would always look at me like, "What is this? Who are you?" They're always like, "Are you a UFC fighter?" And like sometimes it's early in the morning, and it's like, yeah,
sure.
Yes.
Wait, is the belt always a carry-on?
I always carry it on.
Okay.
I always have it with me when I was champion. But yes, I would always.
Because it could get banged up, if it goes through the regular.
I just don't trust anybody.
No.
Okay.
It's
Anything
mine.
that's near and dear to you, carry it.
It's mine.
Yeah.
I hold it.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask about, I see you're wearing several friendship bracelets there.
I am.
Are those from different people or
Yes.
one? Okay.
So I'm wearing a couple that we sell on shopaew.com that you can get. But then they're the ones I just kind of like give out to fans, and then all these other ones are fan made. And it's just like a cool little thing that I probably stole from Taylor Swift or whatever.
Right.
But it just started happening because I was in a group called the Best Friends, and then people started making us friendship bracelets.
That's cool.
And then the fans started making some for other fans, and then they give it to us. So now we just spread them around, and it's a cool little fan interaction that you can do. That's
they love it. Yeah.
Did a fan make the T-shirt that you're wearing right now with your face on it?
No, I did that. Okay. They were like, so this is the same T-shirt that I've been selling for the past 6 years, and they were like, hey, we need a T-shirt for you. We got to sell it on the website. I was like, I don't know, take my face and put it on there. They're like, well, we need a picture. So I just gave them a picture. So I put that on there. And they said, that's it? That's all you want? I was like, yeah. They're like, well, that's not going to sell. And I'm like, well, I dare you. And now we're still selling it.
Nice. And that's on, can you get that on orangecassidy.com?
Oh, you can get it on shopaew.com.
Shopaew.com. Okay, gotcha. What's on orangecassidy.com?
I don't know. I made that website 10 years ago.
Oh, because it says here, he has an online store, orangecassidy.com, that sells merch, T-shirts.
I mean, yeah, I do probably sell stuff on there. There's probably a link to the Fast and the Furious, Fast 5, actually. You can probably buy. Yeah, I don't know. Take a look. I haven't been on there in years.
You are a very laid back person.
What's
I'm not saying that as a bad thing.
No. It's like, why? I don't know.
Why get all?
Why get twisted up?
Bunched up on that stuff.
I think that's the way. You'll probably live. You'll live far longer than we are.
That's your catchphrase. Who cares?
It is. I actually say, like, whenever they always coming up before AEW, they're always like, "Hey, what's your weight? What's your height? Where are you from?" And I was like, "It doesn't. Who cares? Whatever." And now they just say that from my entrance, like, because it really doesn't matter. Who cares?
Okay.
I don't know.
All right.
We just had Chris Jericho in the studio, and about a week and a half ago, there apparently, and I don't know if this is true, there's some sort of ongoing angst feud, if you will, over a $7,000 jacket. Can you explain what happened?
I sure can. I dumped, I want to say, 80 gallons. I don't know how much. 80 gallons of orange juice from the ceiling onto Chris Jericho in the middle of the ring. And it ruined his jacket. And he won't shut up about it. And this was like 4 years ago.
Oh, and he won't let it go.
So I actually feel that I resolved that. I got I settled it.
Yeah.
By dumping $7,000 worth of change into one of his cars. And people are like, "Well, you didn't really damage the car." I'm like, yeah. Have you ever tried to get $7,000 worth of coins out of a car?
Yeah.
It's annoying.
Yeah.
And it's like the perfect thing I thought I could do just to keep poking him.
But he's in Terrifier 3. He's loving the response to that. You do a number of the conventions. Yeah, the whole thing. Movies, acting. something that appeals to you? And because that's a lot of hurry up and wait. A lot of people get agitated by those shooting schedules. Is that something you could see yourself doing long term?
Sounds like a dream for me to sit in a trailer and then have to go read lines somebody wrote for you. Oh, what a dream. Oh, acting so hard. Okay. Go outside, wake up at 6 a.m. and start shoveling dirt for a construction company. You're just sitting in a trailer eating craft services.
Studying.
Who cares?
It doesn't matter.
Wait, who do you work with that takes themselves too seriously? Because you do not take yourself seriously at all.
I feel like everybody.
Yeah. Really?
No. I don't really. I don't hang around. The people that I hang around with are, we understand, we get it. I don't. There are some people that are.
I don't
know if it's like take them too seriously, but
Yeah.
it's just not my vibe. Like, okay.
So you might be forced to spend time with them, but you're not going to hang out with them.
I feel like I'm forced to spend time with people all the time. But
Kind of forced to spend time with us right now.
Yeah. No, this is actually. I'm
sorry.
This is easy.
All right, good.
It's just sometimes it's
Well, what's tomorrow night going to look like?
So you mentioned the Chris Jericho thing, and I've kind of had to peel away from that situation with Chris, and there's something a little more. I don't usually. As we just found out, I don't really care often. But recently some things have been happening, and Jon Moxley has the AEW World Championship. And he's been doing a lot of things with Claudio Castagnoli and Pac, and there's this group, and they go around, pretty much terrorizing everybody. And when you say terrorizing, they're not dumping orange juice on people.
Right.
They are literally ending their careers.
Oh.
And it is, it's gotten to a point where, me, the person who doesn't care, has to care now. And there is a person that is in that little group that they have. His name is Wheeler Yuta, and he is a Philadelphia kid. I trained him. We've been wrestling a lot together, and he is going to be there tomorrow. And I feel compelled to maybe meet up with him in some capacity tomorrow.
So is this an Obi-Wan Vader dynamic?
So I would say no, because Chuck Taylor is one of my best friends, and he was my tag partner. He was pretty much his trainer,
all right.
and he killed him. So
all right.
We're past that point.
Okay. By the way, it's a great that venue, that arena for wrestling is perfect.
We've been
awesome.
there. We've been there. I think we stop by at least once a year. And
Yeah.
it is always incredible. The atmosphere is always it's always a good time. And also now it's on a Saturday.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice.
Oh, and people can go crazy because they're going to get an extra hour of sleep.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, is that
Yes.
this weekend? Wait, what do you care about?
The Fast and the Furious franchise.
Okay.
Yes. Wet Hot American Summer?
Pizza? Okay.
Oh, yeah. You guys know that. I might not. I'm going to blow up your spot. But you know that Angelo's Pizzeria is now on Uber Eats.
Is it really?
This is going to be terrible because they're going to, they run out every day. So I think it's like one of those things, but it's great. You guys should really care about that.
We care about the pizza.
I honestly, I went there a couple of weeks ago. I got in line. I made my order, and she's like, okay, it's going to take about an hour. And I was like, oh.
Seriously?
I don't have that kind of time, man.
Pop on an Uber Eats.
Yeah.
5 p.m. though. They don't. Really.
That's it? That's the cutoff?
Their cheese sticks are incredible too. You guys just want to talk about food for the next 30 minutes?
Well, our next segment is all about food.
We kid you not.
God, I want to take him to family functions, like the holidays. If you want to come with me, and when somebody says something annoying to me, I'll just be like, "Can you let them know?"
Yeah, can you talk to Orange, please?
Who cares?
Who cares?
Yeah, and I'll just sit there.
I don't care.
When I get a phone call, the other person on the other line wants to argue. I'll be like, "Can you take care of this for me, please?"
I mean, I'll listen. I don't know if I'll take care of it.
Who cares?
You do care what happens in the ring, though, right? I mean, that's where.
I mean, it's very yes. It's it's all the other stuff outside of.
Okay.
It is. I care about doing what I have to do to get the job done.
But you don't like wrestling.
I never did, but when you are successful at something, you just got to do what you got to do.
You got to do what you got to do.
We all wake up and do stuff that we just have to do.
Yeah.
And that's just what I do. And I just do it as quickly as possible.
Right. Efficiently. Yeah.
Efficient.
All right, well, this is tomorrow night, Leacore Centers, when the event is going down. It's AEW Collision. The doors are at 6:30. The whole thing starts at 7:30. You can get tickets through Ticketmaster, Ticketmaster.com. And if you want to get your swag for Orange, you go to what website again?
You can go to shopaew.com.
Okay.
And it will be 2 hours, 8 to 10 is live television on TNT. It's Collision. And then after that, you're going to get another hour of stuff. No, it's another special program. Ring of Honor will also be. They'll do some Ring of Honor matches, and if you're a wrestling fan in Philadelphia, you definitely know what Ring of Honor is.
Yep.
And the stuff that goes on, it's incredible. It's all up and coming or established phenomenal professional wrestling.
We point out all the time that if you've never been, you got to go.
It's a
because
show.
we've all been, and it is a show unlike any other. And I think tomorrow night's going to be fantastic.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be there, and you're going to definitely see me doing something.
All right. We'll be doing something. Wait, what is this? Oh, Pixies. Nice.
This is what I'm currently using.
All right. Love it. It's nice to meet you, man. Good luck tomorrow night.
Thank you guys very much. And I'm just going to get up and leave, right? That's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, let's hear for Orange Cassidy. Good luck, man. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in just a moment. And we're going to talk food when we get back.
Preston and Steve.
At the peak, at the summit.
After the climb, the mountain is now 16,000 feet.
As we're sitting here talking to you, the texts are coming in, and I wanted to find out what you hear most. Do you hear hungry dogs? What is it? Hungry dogs run faster?
Yeah.
Okay. Or if I don't eat breakfast, I'm pissed off.
Yep.
Or from that speech, there were several highlights. Do people just yell those out to you sometimes?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which one do you hear most?
I was actually surprised nobody this morning asked if I ate breakfast. And if I said or not.
You've heard it enough,
yeah,
man.
Oh, thank you.
You know,
I probably hear hungry dogs. I probably hear hungry dogs run faster than those. And that's not just from. I mean, that's still a mantra of Jeff Stoutland. I mean, he was just grilling some of the younger guys with it today, and or not today, but yesterday about we got some rookies coming in here. We got some new free agent signings. You want to talk about hungry dogs, and he's trying to motivate people with it. I mean, it's something that was such a big part, I think, with the team and the city, and it kind of all correlated together that I probably hear that one the most.
That's Jason Kelsey. Yeah. I did notice something else.
More from the noticer.
Mm-hmm.
He notices so you don't have to.
I noticed
across an empty field. Down the dark alley.
I do notice that I will use digital assistants from time to time. The two that I use are
your fingers?
No.
And your toes.
Not those digital assistants.
I'm sorry.
Meaning Siri and Alexa. Those are the two that I use from time to time. Now,
okay.
Alexa I mainly use for like a timer when I'm cooking or music to listen to real quick or something like that.
In your kitchen, do you have the show, the Alexa show? Which has the screen on it?
Oh. No.
It's actually very cool, especially if you're doing recipes or things of that nature.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyhow, there was a new study that finds which is the smartest of them all and in what order. This is Loop Ventures. They did a study that had researchers ask the four digital assistants 800 questions, and they found all assistants were great at understanding the questions. And they have determined who actually answered the most questions.
I have them all, or have had them all. This sounds like I'm bragging about sexual conquest. But, so go through this. I'm curious to see if it lines up with what I experienced.
So they found that the smartest of them all is Google Assistant.
Okay, so that's what I learned, is that the ability to answer questions and questions contextually went to Google.
I can't stand when I ask Siri a question and she just gives me a bunch of websites to go to. I'm like, dude, just give me.
Do not like that. However, though, Google Assistant will most often default to Wikipedia.
There are obviously silly, ridiculous things that you don't need it for, but you use it for anyway.
I still do, yeah.
What do you think for you is the most practical purpose for using any of these?
Well, honestly, for when I'm sitting, for example, if I'm sitting and I'm setting up something for the media. You know, I'm watching TV or whatever, and I'm looking down at something, or I need the lights on, or I'm turning lights on and off.
Okay.
Playing music, playing
I think that's
the radio.
What I would use it for.
Playing. I walk into a room. I constantly use it for weather. I constantly use it. I'll get a quick news update.
Yep.
So I'm interfacing it with that. And if you find out on your app on your phone. It'll tell you your last 70 requests, and mine are always sort of the same thing.
Okay.
I mean, it records everything, so you can find out every single request that you've asked.
I am using them all the time throughout the day.
But you know what? Like, you're busy, Steve. I know somebody, Nick, who can probably come over to your place, who I think is in between gigs right now. Gary Lauer is not doing anything right now. His house is closed.
You know what? Honestly, you don't even need an echo. Just have Gary hands.
Yeah.
It's pretty hot out there.
Just have your own Gary.
I'll turn it on for you. Lights on.
All right.
Hey, Gary, lights on.
All right, 1 second. There you go. Gary, should I wear a sweater outside? I'll be right back. It's pretty chilly. Lauer.
Yeah,
Lauer.
That's what it would be.
Yeah.
Hey, Lauer.
Because Gary would be too common.
Hey, Lauer, play Allman Brothers. Lauer, switch to Skinnerd.
Hey, Lauer.
Yes. Switch to Killers. Somebody told me.
All right.
Hey, Lauer, play MMR.
Well, don't you have to kind of have like a bing bong prompt?
Yeah.
You know. Hey, Lauer.
Working.
Play Summer Breeze by Seals and Crofts.
Summer Breeze.
I met a guy.
Bill parties hard.
I met a guy.
Let's do some heroin.
At our gig the other night, who is Bill's neighbor, and he told me you should hear Bill at church because Bill is a lector.
He's a lector, yes.
And so he speaks at church. Could you imagine being at church and you hear the other people that are kind of speaking like this, and Bill steps up to the microphone.
And then Jesus.
I didn't know this.
Oh, yeah.
Said Peter, you'll be the third leg of the stool.
Yes.
The word of the Lord.
The Romans are the low-hanging fruit in this scenario. Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do.
David actually slung some fruit instead of a rock.
Who had the roast beef?
But
I give this resurrection an A+.
But listen, when in my short amount of time that I was going to a Catholic church, my wife is Catholic, and the priest initially spoke at such a level, and you guys know my hearing.
Oh, yeah.
I sat there. I'm like, what am I even doing here?
What is he saying?
What is the point of me being
Honestly?
here? I don't hear anything.
You would want a Bill Weston. You'd want someone who projects.
Yeah. It was just I'm like, the whole time I think this is a waste of time.
Listen to me, Preston.
Yeah.
We've got a priest at our parish that performs each Sunday.
Oh, it's about him then, huh?
He's very nice. He shakes everybody's hand afterwards, and he's a nice. But it's.
I'm going to improve
you want
on
a
the
show,
word of God.
and you want to be able to hear. You can come to my church, Preston.
Right.
Okay.
Does he do close-up magic as well?
No, but he's interactive. The kids get to come up on.
Watch me kick the cap off this block. Now, as Jesus kicked the Canaanites.
Steve, he kicks the bottle. He kicks the cap off of the wine.
Snuffs out the candles.
That could work too.
Yes.
That could work too. I mean, who wouldn't find that entertaining?
Kicking a few Eucharists into the mouth. Watch this.
When I was on
Hold that Eucharist up about just so. You can travel down a street named after you. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think a statue would be more awesome.
You like a statue?
I think
on top of a horse with a raised sword?
Yeah, with rearing
That's
up.
Preston Elliott.
Yeah, rearing up both of its front hooves in the air.
Yes.
I'd love to have that.
Wait a second.
He fought in the Civil War?
What does that mean? There's a difference.
It doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean nothing.
There was a long-standing myth, at least this is what I've read, that it would depend on if there was one leg raised or two, whether they died in battle or, but...
Oh, I heard completely other.
Apparently that's
I heard gay, not gay.
You're gay or not gay?
Gay general.
Gay general. Oh, she's on one foot.
Ladies and gentlemen, this general was gay because both the horses' front hooves are up. I don't think that's accurate. No, trust me.
No, it's true.
Yeah, I read a book.
Yeah.
What does it mean when all 4 hooves are on the ground?
Polyamorous.
Yeah, exactly. They could anything.
Anything goes.
They're just looking for love. All right, so they're gonna fix that.
Bi-curious. If they're standing alongside the horse.
Thank you, Kathy. You know what's interesting is sometimes when just by knowing that something still exists, even though you don't really use something any longer, can be comforting. And then when you find out when that thing is going away, even though you haven't used it for a long time, it's very sad.
What?
Mad Magazine is going to stop publishing issues this fall.
Yeah.
And we were subscribing a few years ago, like 3-4 years ago. My kids, like one of them picked up, saw a Mad Magazine, got it, liked it, and I'm like, oh, done deal. We're signing up for this. I love Mad Magazine. Mm-hmm. And we haven't been subscribers for a couple of years. But when I heard this, I was so bummed out. I loved Mad as a kid. It was just my favorite thing to get in the mail.
Likewise, Mad Magazine was the best. I also got Cracked Magazine.
Yeah, I did too.
Then I progressed into the National Lampoon. Mm-hmm. So that was, and that helped instruct my comedic chops along the way. So many comedians, so many people, just people in general who love humor, loved Mad Magazine because it was a subversive comic book for kids. Adults read it too, but it was obviously...
Yeah, because it would flirt with adult material.
It would, all the time.
Not blue material, but it would...
Political movie parody, stuff like that. But it was very cool. And it had a litany of great artists and features. Spy versus Spy. You had...
Don Martin,
Mort Drucker, Al Jaffe. The fold out, the fold in, as they called it in the back, you would have a picture, you could fold it to become another picture. Alfred E. Neumann, of course, a legendary character. They had the TV series. But man, when that would come in the mail,
do you still subscribe to any magazines? Do you get magazines at
last
home?
Magazine I used to get at home was because we signed up for one of our family members was selling subscriptions, so we were getting Entertainment Weekly, and then that sort of went away. But in my heyday, I subscribed. I used to get Famous Monsters of Filmland, Starlog, Fangoria, National Lampoon. I was getting lots of magazines at home fairly frequently.
I used to get Entertainment Weekly for work.
Oh, yeah.
I used to get that, but I still subscribe to a couple. I'm Golf Digest and Golf Magazine.
There you go.
I still want the hard copy magazine in there. I have a hard time reading magazines, a full magazine online. You know what I mean?
On the crapper.
Now articles, I can see, picking up here and there through aggregator sites and stuff like that. But if I want to dive into a full magazine, what they have to offer, I still need the hard copy. So, did you ever subscribe to dirty magazines? Because I did. The only one I ever had.
Playboy.
I had a prescription. God knows I needed it.
Son, you need something for your boner. Take 2 Hustlers and at night cut it in half. Cut Beaver magazine in half.
I had a subscription to Playboy, but that's the only one that I could ever. That one I could get away with.
You could,
but
though.
You're not embarrassed about it.
I couldn't subscribe. Penthouse, maybe. But then when you get into your Hustlers and and whatever the other magazines Cherry.
Wouldn't it blow your mind that people would get home delivery? Like, because I remember, there were subscription cards in these things for the other magazines. Like, who's getting Sweaty Vagina magazine at home? Here's your bills, and that looks like a good issue. Now, obviously, they would seal them specifically for the mailing, but still, you could tell what it was.
I never had subscriptions. The only one that I had were there's other two I mentioned earlier, but I was totally into scary movies when I was younger. So Fangoria was the other one.
There was Fangoria, there was Starlog, there was Famous Monsters of Filmland, there was, like I said, the Monster Times was another one of them. Another one? Am I missing them?
You're missing one. There was Fangoria, not Fantasia. It was
Biggins?
Yeah.
Jugs. Jugs, and they're
Areolas.
people that are reminding us the names of
Butthole.
Some of the other. I subscribe to Butthole magazine.
What's this one about?
It's a picture of a guy with a pipe. I'm a butthole reader. For this Christmas, give Dad what he wants.
Yeah.
Butthole.
Steve, what are you reading?
I'm reading Butthole, Preston. Telling me how I can set up my stereo. Apparently, you have to run the cords through your butthole.
Oh, yes.
Oh, what are you reading there?
Oh, I was just reading Butthole magazine, telling me how to get a more effective home theater. Apparently works better if you put the cord through your butthole.
Huh.
Oh, my God. Oh, this is the 10 tastiest cheeses for the holidays. Many of them are better if you put them in your butthole. Some guy with an ascot on.
Yeah. Everything.
Lord Buddington.
An ascot.
An butthole. An abscot. Oh my God. Okay. You know what? I think now that I'm reminiscing, fondly about Butthole magazine. No, I'm pretty certain it had to have been Mad Magazine. Had to have been my very first subscription to anything.
I'm going to say likewise.
Yeah.
I loved it so much, and there's just. Do you remember when you would see something in it, and it's not like you could do today. Obviously, you would look at this, you'd lend the magazine.
I never read it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the only thing that I know that what you're talking about is Alfred E. Neumann and that little thing in the back.
But Preston,
the fold.
So Case, not only would you have the picture in a lot of these cases, but what you would love is in the background there'd be like flies with little fly lines around them.
Yeah.
Or there'd be these little things that they would do to just augment the picture that made it great.
Yeah, agreed. And
the artists were great.
There were almost little Easter eggs throughout as well, and outside of the frames
all
and
over
things
the
like
place.
that. Yeah. So you really had to. You could spend a lot of time reading the magazine. It wasn't just you pick it up and tear right through it. I mean, I would hang on to them and go back and see things that I would miss the first time around.
I remember laughing out loud, as a kid, and one of the first times really laughing that profoundly, and that carried over to National Lampoon, which again, great memories of that. And Nick, you saw the documentary about
with Will Forte.
Yeah, and they
phenomenal.
I remember they did a piece on. It was an old style brochure for the largest ocean liner ever built. I think it was called the Tyrannic. And the artist illustrations were done in that sort of Art Deco style, where, they drew the ship on such an enormous scale that you were just howling with laughter.
Yeah.
You can't describe it.
MMR.
All right, thank you, Kathy. It is Friday, so
It's time for the Connoisseur, and he's got his own bell.
right here. Wait, I muted it. There we go. All right, stories exclusively about food and drink and giveaways. In fact, this morning for the clips that we play, we are going to be giving away 4 packs of passes for an advanced screening of A Real Pain, which is coming up Wednesday at the PFS East Theater in Center City. And some of these might come along with actually a $50 gift card with little Walters thrown in there as well.
Oh, my God. So you guys are raving over this. And the movie is getting raves. It's like a buddy situation that's really heartfelt and funny.
Yeah, and it is they reunite their cousins, and they reunite for a tour through Poland to honor their beloved grandmother. And Little Walters, by the way, is a Polish-American restaurant in Philly, and it's like one of the hot properties right now. It's one of the top restaurants in the country.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Amazing.
So we'll see if we can throw some giveaways with them in there, too. Does that sound good?
Perfect.
Okay. Let's get our first story in for the Connoisseur. Here we go. And we'll begin with this one from a publication called Carpe Travel.
Carpe Travel.
And this is perfect timing because most likely you have a little leftover candy from last night, or you have kids and they have too much candy and you're going to have to find out what to do with that. So Carpe Travel has come up with some combos to bring out the best in each of the So it's essentially it's how to pair your candy with wine.
Oh, okay.
So what will go well with certain types of wine?
So I naturally assume that the best candy to pair with wine is chocolate-based. Right?
Yeah, but there are some things that are not just chocolate based on this, but you would be correct.
And I would say good chocolate, like a dark chocolate and a Merlot, probably go together well.
Like that seems the go-to, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, they recommend a Milky Way with your Merlot.
A Milky Way.
To make the most of the smooth nougat and creamy caramel in a Milky Way, pair it with a medium-bodied red wine like a Merlot.
I do love a Milky Way. Don't drink wine. Really.
I'm not a big Milky Way fan.
Frozen Milky Way, I can do that.
All right. If you like rosé or champagne, you want to pair that with a Twix.
Oh, okay.
I'm a Twix fan.
And I like Twix too.
Yeah.
The acidity in rosé and bubbly work well with the caramel and milk chocolate in a Twix bar. We'll just skip over candy corn.
Yeah.
And we'll move on to Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. They would go well with a Merlot.
So guess what has happened in my life? This is my personal journey, Preston. I've reignited my love of Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. And you know,
I can't believe you ever fell out of love with those.
It became passe. And last night, it was born anew.
Wonderful. I'm happy for you.
You know what?
Thank you.
I sort of am the same way with the peanut, just all
Reese's.
But all peanut butter and chocolate, like
Right.
maybe I
It was
overate
like
it.
overdone. I think that might have been it. And now I revisited it last night, and we're back in love.
I don't know what's going on with me, and because I don't like the candies that I used to like. Now, don't get me wrong, I polished off about 1,000 Butterfingers last night.
Yeah,
but
that was a protest.
But it wasn't the same. It just it just doesn't taste the same.
The magic's gone?
I don't. The thrill is gone.
What if you and the candy were to go away on vacation?
I don't know if it was a result of having COVID or if it was a result of the Ozempic that I took earlier last year. Like but it just the food is not hitting the way it used to.
Sorry
the
to hear
ones
that.
I loved.
You've been away. You haven't seen candy for a while. How's it been? Has it changed your
It has.
going to the Dave Mason song?
All right. So Hershey's dark chocolate, you want to pair that with a Zinfandel or a port.
Okay.
Which would be nice. Thanks to the tannins in the dark chocolate, that gives it a bitter taste. You want to find a red wine that'll be a little sweeter for balance. A Malbec or Syrah will work well with the Hershey's dark chocolate.
Excuse my
I like
ignorance.
Malbecs, too.
Is it Zinfandel sweeter?
No.
No,
Well,
not
white
really.
Zinfandel is.
Yeah, red Zinfandel is not.
All right.
Okay. How about Smarties? Ugh.
Smarties?
wait.
That would seem to be horrible.
Boone's Farm?
Yes, seriously. No, I was gonna say rosé.
It says cut through that fruity, chalky texture in Smarties with a light, crisp acidity in sparkling wine.
Okay.
So anything with sparkling. All right.
Sparkles.
Okay. How about Snickers? So that's kind of that's my jam. Cabernet Sauvignon or a Sauvignon or a port.
Okay.
Or a Sauterne. Is that
Not familiar.
familiar with
I
that?
don't think so either.
Sauternes. It says, with all the flavors going on in a Snickers bar, the salted peanuts, the caramel, the nougat, chocolate, a few wines pair well with it. A big, robust Cave Sauv Sauvignon stands up well to all of them, as does a port. It says a Sauternes, or however you say this.
I think it's Sauterne.
Sauterne.
Yeah.
I think it's a very sweet wine.
We'll take it to the next level as its rich sweetness goes well with the peanuts and caramel.
The only reason I say that is because I looked at a bottle of it and the color.
You're right, Kev. It's a French sweet wine. I actually brought a bottle of that back from France one time, and I was like, ooh, I'm bringing back fancy French wine.
Okay.
And it was terrible.
Really?
For my taste. Steve, you actually would probably like it. When I say terrible, I only mean...
No. The only wine I've ever liked, Nick, was, well, not the only, but it was named Queen Bee, and it tasted like Welch's grape juice.
Yeah.
I can't really, if I taste any bit of alcohol, I don't like it.
Like, so this or a Moscato or even like a Riesling, you probably would like, because they are all sweet.
Right.
Is it, Nick, is it as sweet as like ice wine?
Yeah,
'Cause
kind
that's
of.
like candy.
It's kind of like candy.
Okay.
Yeah, and to me, that's not enjoyable, but that's just personal taste.
I think it's a nice treat. You know, you don't want to sit and drink 3 glasses of it.
Do you like
but-
port?
Yeah.
Do you? I don't.
Yes.
I
I love it.
Okay.
Yeah. Then you have Starburst. Starburst will go the Pinot Grigio, Sauvignon Blanc, or a Riesling. It says all these white wines pair well with all those fruit flavors. And then last but not least, Kit Kats.
There we go. I was just about to ask.
Okay.
Yeah, I love Kit Kat.
A Pinot Noir, which you would not like, Steve.
Okay, probably not.
Not really. That's light.
Yeah, but it's...
You need to understand, anything that I've ever been, that has been brought to me to try, everyone in the room who tastes it as well calls it disgustingly sweet. So I need a really, because I can't taste, I don't like the regular wine taste, and I can't taste alcohol. I don't like the taste of alcohol in any form.
This classic Halloween candy is simple, Kit Kats, but the crisp wafer cookies and milk chocolate go perfectly with the light fruit in a Pinot Noir. All right, so there you go. Some ideas. I think it's a great. I think it's a really good list
for a health conscious weekend.
All right, we are playing our first clip from a film. It has to do with food or drink, and if you can identify it, and we're gonna have a theme today. By the way, Marissa came up with a theme. If you can identify it, we have the prize over here for you. So listen up.
They want leadership. They're so thirsty for it, they'll crawl through the desert toward a mirage, and when they discover there's no water, they'll drink the sand.
Lewis, we have had presidents who were beloved, who couldn't find a coherent sentence with 2 hands and a flashlight. People don't drink the sand because they're thirsty. They drink the sand because they don't know the difference.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know what movie that is from.
Damn it!
Hang on, stop.
Damn it! That was the worst spell ever.
I have to hold it properly if my hand, and I have to hold it up to the microphone, and if my hand is touching it, you get this. So this is it. Hang on. There we go. All right, I saw this article and was very happy to see this and can absolutely testify to this. Americans have been hit hard by soaring menu prices, but there is a steak restaurant that still keeps it low, and you still get a great steak for the price. And this was an article that was researched this. Texas Roadhouse has fought to keep prices low, offering steak, potatoes, and vegetables for around $20 to $25, and it's paying off as families flock to the chain.
When I saw this article pop up, you've been the Texas Roadhouse prophet for years.
Years and years and years. My family has been going since the one in Royersford opened up from year one, and we still go there. It's for the price you cannot beat. The steak, it's very good, and it is very inexpensive.
So, and the rest of everything is good?
Everything is made in-house. Everything is fresh. They make their own salad dressings. They don't get it out of a can. I mean, it's like, it's legit, really good food. And it's inexpensive, and it's great for families. It's fun for kids, the whole thing. So the 31-year-old company founded in Indiana rather than Texas reported an 8.5% sales increase from July to September compared to the same period in 2023, continuing the momentum from early last year. Now, a lot of places, that stands in stark contrast to places like Olive Garden, Starbucks, and TGI Fridays. They've been taking a hit. McDonald's only got a 0.1% sales increase, and that was with their $5 meal deal and all this other stuff.
Sheboygan Rat on a Stick had to go out of business.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sheboygan?
Yeah.
Sheboygan Rat on a Stick?
Yeah.
That sucks, man.
Unlike most chains that face backlash over rising prices, Texas Roadhouse is winning praise on social media. On Reddit, Texas Roadhouse never disappoints. Thread has 5,700 upvotes. Their main rival, Longhorn Steakhouse, with just under 600 locations, is also seeing sales rise, but by a more modest 4%.
Have you been to a Longhorn?
I have, yeah.
Okay,
is there one up the road?
Yeah, there's right around the corner over here on like Presidential.
There's one near Oaks, I think, like Audubon area.
Yep,
there's
exactly.
Like a Walmart shopping center or whatever.
Correct.
I've been to
On
that
Troop-
one.
It's got a little more of a steakhouse vibe to it, as opposed to Texas Roadhouse, a little more fun.
Right.
Have a history of performing well during economic downturns, by the way.
Press, I usually order the filet mignon only because I don't like gristle and fat and all that stuff. If I next best, is it a New York strip?
Size the strip.
Okay.
And so you're just getting 2 steaks essentially when you buy a T-bone or Now, the butthole is a little chewy. No. Ribeye is a good steak for you. Now, you do have to contend with fat and stuff like that in there, but it's loaded with flavor because of that.
I will tell you something. When I did eat steak, and I don't eat, red meat, except for a good burger now and then, but if I get a piece of gristle, I'd almost vomit. I can't, and I know people who love that.
Oh, I'll sit there and
I can't do it.
It would make me sick to my stomach.
All right, let me ask you guys this: as pet owners, is it a dick?
I will never eat my pets.
No. Is it a dick move if you're eating a piece of steak, you get that gristly, and you don't want to eat it? Take it out of your mouth and put it and give it to the dog because the dog will eat it.
They're fine with it.
They're fine with it.
Yeah.
So
they eat their own poop.
You just fed them steak, man.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. The average per person check at Longhorn is $26, and at Texas it's $22.
I mean, it's pretty freaking
great.
good. Yeah,
and you get a really good steak.
And those places have stood the test of time.
Yep. So just wanted to pass that along. All right, let's see if you can identify this clip.
They want
man.
Hang on, here we go.
leadership. They're so thirsty for it, they'll crawl through the desert toward a mirage, and when they discover there's no water, they'll drink the sand.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Let's go to JR. Hey, JR.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, bud. All right, what movie is it?
American President.
That is correct.
Well done.
And we have...
JR, I'm going to give you a choice here. Do you want a $50 gift card to Little Walters, or would you like 4-pack of passes for the movie?
Little Walters is cool.
All right, so there you go. You got a $50 gift card to Little Walters, and you can dive into Philadelphia's lively Polish dining scene at Little Walters, where tradition meets innovation. And be sure to see Jesse Eisenberg and Kieran Culkin in their comedic tour through Poland in A Real Pain. That is going to be in theaters on November 15th.
I think you can give them the movie passes, too.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, my God!
Oh,
my God!
Yeah, those go together.
You want a 4-pack of passes for an advanced screening of A Real Pain, and that's going to be on Wednesday, the 6th at 7 p.m. at the PFS East Theater in Center City. A Real Pain follows mismatched cousins. That's a tough word for me to say. David and Benji as they reunite for a tour through Poland to honor their beloved grandmother. That's going to be in theaters on November 15th.
All right, we have another clip to play for you. Let's see if we can identify it. Get ready for this one, okay? For this movie, if it's what I think it is. Is this the one you talked about yesterday, Marissa? All right, here we go.
Hey, Shayna. It's Congressman Cam Brady here. I just stepped away from a family dinner to tell you I wish I wasn't eating fried steak. I wish I was eating Shayna.
All right. 215-263-WMMR. All right, order up. Let's get to the next one here. These, by the way, the theme is these are all election-based clips that we're playing from movies. And this story is election-based, too. I thought this was wonderful. The library at Salt River Elementary School is anything but silent recently. There was blaring patriotic music from the loudspeaker as teachers and staff put finishing touches on decorations welcoming students on voting day. Books about democracy top the shelves at the entrance of the library. Every computer monitor reads vote in big letters, and red and white and blue garlands line the hall. In one corner, cardboard partitions serve as privacy booths for students to cast their ballots. And setting aside, for now, the looming national election, the students at this tribal school in the swing state of Arizona will be voting on their favorite school lunch. And the campaign, pizza or chicken nuggets.
Oh. Wow.
Is that not a great idea?
I love it. It's a great way to finesse the idea of your civic duty, yes.
Yeah.
With that. And it also raises God, so when I was a kid, Pizza Day was like, it was the best day ever.
That's what I'm thinking,
too. But I
mean, kids are crazy over chicken nuggets.
But the nuggets, and I'm a nugget dude, too.
I'd vote pizza.
I think
that's hard.
nuggets are a little more run-of-the-mill, and pizza is a little more special, and therefore my vote goes to pizza.
I also am an aficionado of school pizza.
Yeah.
I can even there was a brand called Celentano's. I don't know if it's still around, but it mimicked to me what school pizza tasted like, and I ate it nostalgically, even though I knew it wasn't the best pizza.
We need to do this sometime. We were going to have a battle of the high school lunches.
Yes.
I actually maybe it should be elementary school lunches.
Well, I brought up the chocolate chip cookie that this was served at Conestoga, and you guys know Katie, the horse lady.
Yeah.
She went. She has friends that work there, and she was like, "I'll get you the chocolate chip." It's not the same. It's not what it was when I was in high school, and so that it's moot. That ship has sailed.
What we need though is, and you've been talking. We talked about this. That some high schools have like actual restaurants in like Chick-fil-A's or whatever the hell.
Yeah.
So what you need is what is actually, because I remember in my elementary school they had stuff they prepared that was for that.
Right.
People who went to that school got that.
The in-house meal.
Yeah. I was literally just in my old high school cafeteria about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and I had been talking about trying the cheesesteak because I loved it. And there were cheesesteaks every single day that were available. It wasn't like a special day. But they never chopped it up. It was just like rolled with like cheese in the middle.
Isn't that how the steakums are served?
I mean,
you can.
Okay.
You're usually making the steakums at home, so you can do it however you want to do it. But it totally had steakum vibe. Yeah.
All right, you're right.
So anyhow, every year the students at the
The
school
FBI's outside. What do you do with that steakum?
Get to choose their favorite things, outdoor activities, school subjects, and this year, the top school lunch. Next week, they will also take part in a mock presidential election, and they will vote for it. So I thought that was pretty fun.
Do you, besides pizza, is there any other fond memory of cafeteria food?
Yeah, I liked the spaghetti when I was a kid. We would get spaghetti, and they would serve it with a large piece of like French bread, toasted French bread. And I would pile the spaghetti on top of that and make kind of this pseudo pizza with the spaghetti. I loved it.
Do you know it rocked? So Grace L. Hubbs Elementary School, my first school, meatloaf. Their meatloaf friggin' rocked.
Maris?
You just blew my mind because the fusilli day was my favorite day. It was just like red sauce and pasta.
Yeah.
But I have to give a shout out to Bud Cohen. He is the head chef at Springside because he is a huge fan of the show.
No kidding.
And he actually reached out a couple weeks ago to tell me that they were announcing the school play, which was The Wizard of Oz, and they were giving clues on the lunch menu all week long. And one of the clues was Springside alum Marissa Magnata's role or intro on WMMR's Preston and Steve show. Because at the very beginning, on the very beginning of our show, it says "Man Behind the Curtain."
That's
so,
great.
Shout out to him.
Okay.
That is great.
And good luck if you guys haven't had the play already yet.
Let's see if we can do the school lunch thing sometime. We need to.
Yes, I'd love that.
We'll put that on a list of
we
things.
did Prison Chi-Chi. We can at least do cafeteria food.
Need to be done. All right, we'll see if you know what movie this clip is from.
Hey, Shayna, it's Congressman Cam Brady here. I just stepped away from a family dinner to tell you I wish I wasn't eating fried steak. I wish I was eating Shayna.
All right, we're going to go to Steven. Hey, Steven.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, what movie is that from?
That's The Campaign.
Yeah. Will Ferrell. Zach Galifianakis. Yep. All right, hang on, Steven. Here's what we have for you.
You got a 4-pack of passes for an advanced screening of A Real Pain on Wednesday, November 6th at 7 p.m. at the PFS East Theater in Center City. A Real Pain follows mismatched cousins David and Benji, played by Jesse Eisenberg and Kieran Culkin, as they reunite for a tour through Poland to honor their beloved grandmother. That will be in theaters on November 15th.
All right, here's our next clip. What is this from?
I got meat. More beef than East Coast, West Coast rap. Check it out. Hey, Superman! Saving lives and stuff. Why don't you cop one of these pork chops?
You know what you need to do? You need to leave. I'm not going to tell you again.
Come on, man. Nobody wants your meat, man. Who the hell wants to buy stolen meat? I'll take a T-bone. You like gizzards, too?
All right. 215-263-WMMR. Let's get to another story. All right, in honor of National Sandwich Day, which is not going to be till the 3rd, so I wanted to get
I've got to wait.
Yep, I wanted to get to this today. There was a new poll where 2,000 Americans were asked about their sandwich preferences. They found out a couple of things. The average person eats 6 sandwiches per week, and it takes them 10 minutes on average to put together the perfect sandwich. More than half, 58% of those surveyed, say that they're sandwich pragmatists,
prestidigitators,
and they who care more about making one fast than making it just right. Oh, I would disagree with that. And the other 42% consider themselves sandwich chefs. I would fall in
Right.
that.
You take pride in your sandwich.
I do, as they like to take their time to assemble the perfect Sammy. And for these folks, it's essential to have all the right ingredients or they will be disappointed. So what's the ideal sandwich? It has to have the high-quality meat, airy bread, all the right condiments, and fresh veggies. So you can make a sandwich so much better by just doing a couple of little things.
Which are?
Like fresh vegetables. If you're going to put lettuce on there, some fresh lettuce is great. I also, if you add a little salt and pepper, it makes a huge
Just a little
difference.
bit. All right.
Now it depends on what you're having. So if you're doing like a ham sandwich or turkey or something like that, a little salt and pepper. If you're putting on mayo or mustard or whatever, just sprinkle a little bit of that onto the condiment after you've already put it on the bread, and that makes a huge difference.
So a little bit of seasoning.
Yeah.
And so I agree, because for example, if I get a hoagie from Wawa, you have the option of putting on like oregano and some seasoning.
Put oregano
I do it
on
all
it.
the time.
Absolutely.
I'm thinking about so many different kinds of sandwiches right now.
Okay.
And I'm thinking about rye bread and
yeah, the bread makes a difference too. Change up the bread.
like a good ham and cheese, but quality deli meat and maybe a select cheese. Yeah, I love making a good sandwich.
Yeah, with the mutton is lice and lean.
Let me carry it another level.
All right.
All right. In this, Preston.
Okay.
With the sandwich and the execution, and this may only be psychosomatic. When I'm putting the turkey on the sandwich, I'd prefer it to kind of be.
I know what you're saying, not flat.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree. Texture is texture's part of flavor, I think.
So I'm not insane.
And it changes the way that it feels in your mouth.
Yeah.
But Steve, like a little bit of air in
a little bit of air.
Yeah. Let it breathe.
What do you guys think about like a post-Thanksgiving turkey sandwich with turkey from the bird that you had the day before?
The best.
Absolutely.
The best. It's better than. Listen, I know we're fighting a lot of major diseases, but I would prefer that to the successful cure of those diseases.
It might be my favorite sandwich, and it's like there's a special connotation to it because it's right after the holiday. I like doing a baguette.
I will actually wait to. Sometimes the hardest thing to do on Thanksgiving night is because once it's been slightly refrigerated and you can pull it back out and make a sandwich, I will sometimes not eat as much during the actual meal to get my late night sandwich.
So, Nick, you have to go to, because a lot of places around here do a turkey dinner sandwich. Right. The Bobby from Capriati's is the best of all of them.
It tastes like a British police officer?
I don't even know why they call it a Bobby, but it's called a Bobby. And so I get it with the cranberry sauce on top. And I'm not really a cran guy, but it really does make the sandwich.
I think maybe it's named after somebody named Bobby.
Oh. That's what I was wondering. Maybe the person who created it is named Bobby.
It's served in a flashlight.
So I have the most popular types of sandwiches. I'm going to run down. There's 8 of them all together from this survey. There are 8 of them. And I'll work my way up to number 1. We'll go backwards, forward. So
at number 8.
Number 8 is a meatball sandwich.
All right.
Love me a good meatball sandwich. Number 7 is the PB&J.
Yes.
Number 6, an egg sandwich.
Yes.
Number 5, tuna sandwich.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a big tuna fan.
But I got to make the tuna myself, kind of.
No, there's a place on the Long Island, the Broadway Deli on Route 107, and my sister-in-law is in town, and she brought down some of that tuna salad. It's the finest tuna salad.
Okay.
Number 4 is a ham sandwich.
Yes.
Can't go wrong with that. Number 3 is a turkey sandwich.
Yes.
Number 2, a chicken sandwich.
Oh, I feel like I know what number 1 is.
And I'm thinking that's like a chicken, like a breast, breaded, like a Chick-fil-A, that type of thing.
Okay.
All right, and number 1,
Drum roll.
do you want to guess?
Oh, man, what if I'm wrong? I'm going to guess.
All right.
Is it a grilled cheese?
It is a grilled cheese sandwich.
Ladies and gentlemen, grilled cheese takes it.
But what's funny is any one of those could have been number 1.
Yeah, they're all, depending on how you're feeling.
And with a grilled cheese, you can change that up too. Use different types of cheeses. Use cheddar and American mixed together.
I was such a fan of the upper tier gourmet presentation sandwich restaurants. There were a number of them for a while.
Yeah.
And I don't know if any of them still exist. but boy, they were good.
So I am a huge fan of my wife's meatballs, and so when we have leftover meatballs, I like to make a grilled cheese with those. So where the meatball is not necessarily the star of the show, it is a duet. And
I hear you.
You get the cheese, you get the meatballs, and you chop them up, and then you throw it on there with some cheese, and you grill that up. I'm telling you guys.
I'm getting no money for this mention, but I will mention it if you are a grilled cheese fan. The Couch Tomato makes a hell of a good grilled cheese sandwich.
Here's a text says, shout out to my best bro, Nick, the moist meat man from Dietz and Watson,
my.
Premium Meats and Artisan Cheeses from Chris Grubb.
Okay.
Did I tell you about that guy? His name's Brandon. He's a listener in Idaho, and he had the greatest grilled cheese recipe, and he would not email it to me. He would only tell it to me over the phone. Okay. So
because he didn't want to pass it around.
He didn't want it passed around, and he was like, "Man, I won competitions in like Grateful Dead parking lots."
Did you try it?
So he wouldn't give it to me, and then with my ceiling fan issue, he gave me his number, told me to call him about the ceiling fan. So I called him about that. And we talked on the phone, and then he sent me the recipe for the grilled cheese.
you
Have you done it?
seduced him.
I have not done it just yet. But you know what, Preston? I kind of want you to do it because you're the better cook.
I'll try it.
All right, so bring in your ceiling fan, too.
All right, let's see if you can identify what clip this is from, what movie this clip is from.
I got meat. More beef than East Coast, West Coast rap. Check it out. Hey, Superman! Saving lives and stuff. Why don't you cop one of these pork chops?
You know what you need to do? You need to leave. I'm not going to tell you again.
Come on, man. Nobody wants your meat, man. Who the hell wants to buy stolen meat? I'll take a T-bone.
You like gizzards too?
You like gizzards too? I'm going to go to Timmy. Hey, Timmy.
I want to kiss you.
All right, Timmy.
I want to kiss you.
What movie is that from?
It's from Head of State.
Yes. Chris Rock in there. All right, here's what we have for Timmy.
Timmy, you won a 4-pack of passes for an advanced screening of A Real Pain on Wednesday, November 6th at 7 p.m. at PFS East. And that's in Center City. And The Real Pain follows mismatched cousins, that's David and Benji, as they reunite for a tour through Poland to honor their beloved grandmother in theaters on November 15th.
All right, here is our next clip. What is this from?
Let's say all you ever knew were apples. Apples, apples, and more apples. You might think apples were pretty good, even if you got a rotten one once in a while. But then one day, there's an orange. And now you can make a decision. Do you want an apple or do you want an orange? That's democracy.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Call if you know the answer. Time for the fast food roundup. We're going to begin with this one. Good news for McFlurry fans everywhere. The days of, sorry, our ice cream machine is down, might be fewer and further between. Thanks to new exemption from the U.S. Copyright Office, McDonald's operators can now call in third-party repair techs instead of waiting on the manufacturer's often slow and pricey services.
Is there a big third-party repair tech industry for shake machines?
Maybe there will be.
Okay.
They're talking about McDonald's. So
yeah.
Advocacy groups like iFixit and Public Knowledge have been pushing for this, hoping that it leads to quicker, cheaper fixes, and most importantly, more reliable access to soft-serve treats. So that's a sweet little victory for those who are craving a McFlurry. Here's another fast food story. As soon as Halloween is over, which it is, Dunkin' is now kicking off the holiday season, and their holiday menu offerings have just been announced. They will be available starting today. It includes 4 brand new items, as well as a lot of returning favorites. So they have the Holiday Cookie Signature Latte, made with espresso, blended with whole milk and notes of buttery cookie and toasted almond. They have the White Hazelnut Bark Coffee, Dunkin's original blend, blended with cream and notes of both white chocolate and toasted hazelnut. They have the Almond Croissant, an all-butter croissant filled with sweet almond paste and topped with slivered almonds. I love almond croissant.
Do you?
I do. It's like my go-to. Either that or vanilla scones are good too.
I wish scones were less calories.
I know. They're so good.
I thought they were until I found out they weren't.
They have the hash brown brisket scramble bowl coming out of Dunkin' as well.
A scramble bowl?
Hash browns, tender shredded brisket, scrambled eggs, smoked cheddar cheese, poblano peppers, caramelized onions and seasons.
That looks good.
And a drizzle of cheddar queso.
We're looking at pictures of it. Oh, all this stuff looks quite good.
So here are the ones that are making the fan favorites making a comeback. Cookie butter cold brew, cookie butter donut, peppermint mocha signature latte, and toasted white chocolate signature latte as well. And free donut Wednesdays are also back this season.
It's hard to argue with that. I love their lattes. Their lattes are very good.
You get a free donut when you buy any drink, and you'll probably have to be a rewards member to do that. So just heads up on that.
Get the app.
And then, that's all I have in the fast food round.
What?
Right. Yep, I just had 2 stories. That was it. All right. Let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Let's say all you ever knew were apples. Apples, apples, and more apples. You might think apples were pretty good, even if you got a rotten one once in a while. But then one day, there's an orange. And now you can make a decision. Do you want an apple or do you want an orange? That's democracy.
All right. We will go to the phones and see who can guess. Andy, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Andy, do you know the movie, please?
Is that Election?
It is Election. A great movie, by the way.
It is terrific. One of Matthew Broderick's best.
Here's what we have for Andy.
A 4-pack of passes for an advanced screening of A Real Pain on Wednesday, November 6th at 7 p.m. at the PFS East Theater in Center City. A Real Pain follows mismatched cousins David, played by Jesse Eisenberg, and Benji, played by Kieran Culkin, as they reunite for a tour through Poland to honor their beloved grandmother. This is going to be in theaters on November 15th.
Now, I have a sneaking suspicion you may have heard this next clip before, but do you know what movie it's from? Here we go.
What? What are you doing?
I needed a cup of coffee.
Oh, good. Did you get me one?
No.
You cheap bastard.
I only had 50 cents.
Give me a sip.
Oh, yeah, I'm about to share my coffee with the Washington Love Machine. No dice. You could spit in a petri dish and start a whole new civilization. Hey, you want to lick the lid?
Screw you.
All right.
Give me that. Decaf, you pussy.
It's the best. People love hearing it on Pierre's show. All right. Next story. All right, according to a new survey, we have America's favorite celebrity chefs.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure how many people were asked in this particular survey, but
4.
Not 4. I think it was more than 4.
Okay.
But who would you guys think would rank in at number 1?
Gordon Ramsay.
Okay, anybody else?
Guy Fieri?
Okay, anybody else?
Is he he's a host, but he's a
He's
chef.
a chef as well.
He's absolutely a chef, yeah.
Flavortown.
What do you think?
Right.
What?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, you said American chefs?
No, just chefs.
Okay.
I would go with Robert Irvine.
Robert Irvine, very
We love
good.
Robert Irvine.
All right, Kathy doesn't know.
Wait. Well, there was one.
What about you?
You can say one that somebody else has said if you want.
Me. Somebody commented, by the way, on my charcuterie board last night. And she was like, "See, you can cook." I said, "There's nothing on this plate that had to be cooked."
Right. You just put it
You
together.
just simply,
By the way.
you like to move things around.
A while ago, Casey sent a picture of food, something that you had made, and I made a comment and said you were a real, and I put a chef's name there. And I was waiting for someone to respond, and none of you responded. I had no idea who the chef was. I Googled like the most famous chef in the world, and it was like some French chef, and I put it there, and I was waiting for someone to be like, "Who the hell?"
Did
is
I
that?
post it, or was it in a text
it
chain?
was our text chain.
But this is not your selection for best.
I don't remember that.
I don't. I wish. Well, the point was, I wish I remembered that name, because I would have said that.
All right, it's Gordon Ramsay.
Hey!
Tired of waiting for your answer. Gordon Ramsay, it took 40% of the poll.
He's also on 40% of the TV shows.
Followed by Rachel Ray, and then Bobby Flay.
I'm surprised Rachel Ray was next.
Yeah, she's kind of out of the scene now.
Rounding out the top 5 is Martha Stewart, and Emeril Lagasse still hangs in there.
Still hanging in there.
I would have said Ina Garten. She's my favorite, just because her recipes are fairly easy. They're simple, but they're really good. Really, really good.
Well, if you're talking Ramsay, you better know how to make a beef Wellington.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really, if you F up the beef Wellington, you're out of Hell's Kitchen.
I would also put Molly Ye, who me and intern James have.
Yes, you're a big fan of her because she's a girl next door, right?
Girl Meets Farm is the name of her show on the Food Network, and she's gorgeous and makes really great meals and has a really fun, sweet personality. So Americans would be willing to spend nearly $340 on average for a 3-course meal cooked by their favorite celebrity chef. 17% would spend over $500 if they were able to do that. And we also taken, apparently, according to this survey, taken a lot of food-related content, with the average person engaging with it 4 days a week and 22% doing it every single day.
Hey, is our buddy Nick Elmy a celebrity chef?
He is. I think he would qualify. And by the way, he would be one that I would say, I would, whatever he's involved with, I would sample that food. Even the simple stuff that he does, there's just a pedigree. It's just done a cut above.
A celebrity chef?
I'd say he's a celebrity chef.
He was on a TV show, wasn't he?
Marissa, would you say he's a celebrity chef?
All right, so I've never watched Top Chef before, but the community that does watch them is huge, and it's international. So I'd say he's a Top Chef celebrity chef.
Well, he was a winner, right, of Top Chef?
I don't remember that.
He's on his
Top Chef winner.
Win.
Because I think of the more, and not to take anything away from Nick, because we love him to death, but I always see Iron Chef as a more prestigious label, and that's Jose Garces
won that.
Won that.
I realized it when I was in Denver and I was having dinner with some of Matt's friends, and they talked about loving Top Chef, and they were like, "Oh yeah, our favorite is Jen," and I was like, "Jen Carroll?"
Oh, we love Jen Carroll.
Yeah, and so nationwide, people know these people.
Would the Iron Sheik rate as a
sure? Why not?
A celebrity chef?
He can cook.
And Jen Carroll is she's active on social, so she's constantly
personality.
Yeah, she's making it herself a personality.
I mean, I'll say like people travel the country to come to Nick's restaurants.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
because
I
they have
guess
that
when I
notoriety.
hear celebrity chef, I think TV show. I think TV show host.
Right.
Robert Irvine is a celebrity chef.
He is.
Yeah. So that's what I think of. Now, world renowned and things like that. Yes, absolutely. Nick Elmy for sure. But maybe our definitions are a little bit different.
We're stupid.
All right, let's go. Let's see if you know what this is from. We'll play it again. Here we go.
What are you doing?
I needed a cup of coffee.
Oh, good. Did you get me one?
No,
You cheap bastard.
I only had 50 cents.
Give me a sip.
I'm about to share my coffee with the Washington Love Machine. No dice. You could spit in a petri dish and start a whole new civilization. Here, you want to lick the lid?
Screw you.
All right.
Give me that. Decaf, you pussy.
All right, we're going to go to Carlo.
Carl, good to see you.
It's Carlo.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Carlo, good morning.
For the great Pierre Robert, my fellow American.
Yes, sir. That is correct. Hang on the line. We'll set you up.
With a 4-pack of passes for an advanced screening of A Real Pain on Wednesday, November 6th at 7 p.m. PFS East Theater in Center City. A Real Pain follows mismatched cousins David and Benji as they reunite for a tour through Poland to honor their beloved grandmother in theaters November 15th.
All right. We have one more. Yeah, we can do one more.
Are you sure?
I don't know. It's up to you.
Hang on. I got to do a little bit of math here. It doesn't look like it.
Oh, jeez. That was...
Connoisseur cheese.
Yeah.
I had 2 pickle stories, too.
CTs.
Okay, all right. If you can do it in 2 minutes.
Are we going to play another clip or no?
No.
We're going to have to pass on the clip. All right. V8 is expanding their line of Bloody Mary mixers with a new collaboration with Grillo's Pickles. The V8 Grillo's Pickles Dill Pickle Bloody Mary mix combines classic V8 juice with the tangy brine of Grillo's Pickles. The mix, which comes in 6 and 24 packs of 8-ounce cans, is designed to add a zesty, peppery twist to the classic brunch beverage.
Is Grillo's local?
I've seen their advertisements all over the place, and they're also advertising at the Flyers games.
Yeah.
So I don't
Maybe
know.
they are.
Yeah.
See if you can do a little research on that, Nick. It's available on Amazon. Rolls out to stores nationwide by early 2025. And then the other pickle story I had is Jimmy John's has revealed the latest menu item that pickle lovers everywhere are going to love. It says you're relishing over.
I get it.
I get it. And the restaurant announced the Pickle Witch. So it combines their signature sandwiches with their fan favorite Jimmy Pickles.
Jimmy.
That'd be a great name, Jimmy Pickles.
What the hell is that?
Jimmy.
As the name suggests, the Pickle Witch is a sandwich that uses the pickle instead of the bread. We've heard of this type of thing before, but they're doing it with their signature sandwiches. So the Vito Pickle Witch Contains salami, gabagool, provolone, cheese, lettuce, tomato, onion, oregano, basil, and olive oil vinegar, just like the classic Vito sandwich. The turkey pickle, which has turkey, provolone, lettuce, and tomato. But you use giant. They hollow out a pickle. And use the. I had one of the pickle witches.
What'd you think?
Overrated.
I think it's a gimmick.
It was a little too novelty for me. And you guys know, pickle fanatic, and it's kind of fun, but it doesn't. The sandwich doesn't hold together well with the pickle as the quote unquote bread part of it. So, but they're going to try this out and to celebrate the brand. They've teamed up with Snooki.
Snooki from
she loves pickles.
She's a big pickle fan.
Yeah, I remember that from Jersey Shore.
So
we are proud to announce a joint venture with Snooki.
It is available now if you want to try the Snooki sandwich.
And
All right.
Grillo's is based out of Boston.
All right.
Gorillas is based out of here.
All right, that's the Connoisseur
Well
gang.
done, sir.
So some good stuff this morning, and we're happy to share it with you. So hopefully you got something.
We want
out of
to
that.
kiss you.
All right, we do want to kiss you.
I want to kiss you.
You want to kiss me?
You want to kiss me?
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and the Bizarre File is up next.
Preston and Steve.
But to have that reaction from a magazine that you're sitting there, to read something and laugh that loudly is just, you don't get that.
Mad Magazine had published 550 issues prior to its reboot, by the way, which was in 2018, I believe. DC purchased Mad Magazine in 2017, but they're going to hang it up. At its height, it had 2.8 million subscribers.
Now they took
which was in like 1973, I think.
They took a big hit when editor Max Sherman went over to handle the chores at Butthole. And,
yes, exactly.
Do you know what you're getting into over there at Butthole?
Oh my God. Butthole Magazine. Someday.
I'm curating their wine list. Apparently it tastes better when you drink it out of someone's butthole.
But it's sad. It's sad that it's going away, even though I haven't, actively been a subscriber for a couple of years. But nonetheless. Anything from Silicon Valley to Patriots Day to Crazy Rich Asians to It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. The list goes on, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jimmy O Yang.
Yeah.
How you doing, Jimmy?
Morning. I'm doing well. It's
Excellent.
great.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Patriots Day, you were fantastic in.
Thank you so much. Sadly, not a lot of people watched it.
Your character was the one who was kidnapped, held hostage by those guys, and eventually escaped and alerted the police. Hey, I know where these guys are. I know they are. I didn't know that story.
Yeah, that guy was amazing.
Yeah.
Danny Mang, Chinese immigrant, college student, and this is about, of course, the Boston Marathon bombing.
Yeah.
And I bugged him every other day. Spoiler alert, he stays alive, in the movie.
Yeah.
So I bugged him every day when I was in Boston, and we had dinner, went to Chinatown every other day. He was a really nice, warm guy, and he came to the premiere and tapped me on the shoulder. He's like, hey, I think you did a great job.
There
nice.
you go. Is stand-up comedy where you kind of started, or acting, or where'd you begin?
That's where everything started. I started doing stand-up at the Ha Ha Comedy Club. In L.A. I had to pay $5 for 5 minutes of stage time.
You were born in Hong Kong, correct?
I was born in Hong Kong, yeah.
Came here. I know you have a book called How to American, An Immigrant's Guide to Disappointing Your Parents.
Yes, that's true.
And so you're working at a financial firm, or where was it?
Yeah, it was Smith Barney, which was under Citigroup. And I graduated 2010 from college, which is right after the financial crash of 2008.
It's a perfect time.
Nobody in finance was hiring, and nobody was going to trust a 22-year-old kid with their money.
Right.
So my dad hooked me up with an internship, and one day he came home, he was like, Jimmy, great news. They're going to hire you full-time. You're going to be a great financial advisor. And literally, tears of joy was coming out of his eyes. And I thought that was just the worst news ever. That to me sounded like a death sentence, And I just didn't know how to tell him. And I was like, I don't want to do this, I had to, disappoint my parents in order to not disappoint myself.
Yeah.
That was the creed that I lived by. So after college, I did that internship for a little bit just to appease my dad. And then after that, I got 3 jobs when I graduated. I was a used car salesman. I worked at a comedy club as a doorman in exchange for stage time, and then I was a strip club DJ at night. So I did all those 3 things, still not knowing what I wanted to do. But there was no customers in that club, so nobody ever did.
What was it? Were you doing like day stripping, or was it the night stripper?
It was night stripping. It was after my comedy club show. There was no prime time in that club at any time. I started off with just a stand-up community, which I thought was so cool. That's one of the main reasons why I did stand-up.
So you've seen Bobby Lee's penis then?
Sadly, no. I feel a bit left out.
Wow.
I feel a bit
That
left
guy
out.
gets naked every time he comes in this studio.
Oh, really? I've been to his house, and he still has not shown me his penis.
Like, we're not even Asian.
We're closer friends, yeah.
I know. There must be something wrong with me. Maybe he only shows penis to white people.
It might be that.
That might be it.
And he tells you guys about, listen, here's what I do with the white. Whip it out.
But yeah, like Bobby was somebody I looked up to. I watched Matt TV religiously. Steve Byrne was somebody I looked up to. Ken Jeong, and now we're all like really close and good friends.
That's great.
Ken, of course, was in the movie.
Yeah,
it's great.
And you know, we all love each other. And doing this movie, one of the greatest thing, you know, was I felt like I found my creed. You know, of actors, comedians, because we all kind of went through the same phase of disappointing our parents to do this job. We all had the same experience. And like when we're hanging out in Singapore, there was no questions of like, hey, can we go to Chinese food? Like, look, it's not like weird Chinese food. It's just like, no, everybody was just down. We go to authentic Chinese food, and we did karaoke every night. Everybody was just on the same page, and it felt so good.
Did you do work with the Harlem Globetrotters?
Oh, man. You know, people ask me that. It was one of my very first paid jobs ever. So the Harlem Globetrotters, they go to China for like a world tour every year.
Right.
And I was like one of the only Chinese American comedians they could find. This was like 10 years ago. And I was the only one they could afford, I guess. They paid me $200.
To do what exactly?
To be a consultant. So they sent me the script for the Chinese tour to make sure nothing's offensive.
Oh.
Okay. Honestly, I didn't even read the script.
You're good to go.
I didn't know. I was like, that was my first job as a comic. I didn't know. And I skimmed through the script. There's something about like they bring out like a Hello Kitty thing, you know, in the middle of their show. I just told them for $200. I was like, dude, you know, Hello Kitty's Japanese, not Chinese. Okay, just so you guys know that. And that was it. That was my $200 worth of advice. And now on my Wikipedia says that I wrote for the Harlem Globetrotters. So.
Silicon Valley, they know not on their radar. They
Yes and no. My dad understands comedy a little better than my mom. Like he loved it. My mom watched it for the first time. He's like, "Hey Jimmy, can you not hunch it back?"
He's correcting your posture.
Yeah, I was like, Ma, I'm playing a character in the show. It's like, okay, play someone who doesn't hunch his back.
Another day, another Korn story. Korn has announced that the band will release its 13th studio album, The Nothing, on September 13th. The follow-up to 2016's The Serenity of Suffering has been preceded by a first single called You'll Never Find Me, which arrived on Wednesday.
Again.
Oh, okay. Jonathan Davis said, deep within our Earth lives an extraordinary force.
He's right.
Very few are aware of the magnitude and significance of this place where good and evil, dark and light, bliss and torment, loss, gain, and hope and despair all exist as one, pulling at us every moment of our lives.
Welcome to the deep, dark caverns of energy. You are here because of Korn, yes? You are one of us. You make the hallowed sound.
It's not something he
Everyone.
said. It's not something that we can choose to navigate, he says, but
what a bunch of crap.
And it's the only place where balance between these dynamic and polarizing forces exists, where the soul finds its refuge. Welcome to The Nothing. Did you just make that?
I just made that.
Put it at the beginning.
One more time.
Yeah, all right.
We are in the nothing. Play the ceremonial sound. Enter.
Oh, that's the That's like the password.
Yes, it's Open Sesame.
Okay.
You have approached the boulder of truth. To enter the Hall of Corn, you must emit the sound of recognition. Proceed. You're not right. I'm not.
Slowly, the boulder rolls to one side.
Enter.
This is as stupid as it gets.
Davis is living.
Hi!
Come on in. I love songs like that are just, oh my God, you just said it.
Yeah.
You just said it so plainly, not a lot of, flowery language or metaphors. You just said it straight out. I love
I know one that comes immediately to mind that actually, when I had gone through a breakup, laid it out, and I was like,
I know
got
what it is.
Say it.
Heart of the matter?
You got it.
I knew it.
It's the economy of words.
Telling you.
The message.
Yeah.
It nailed it.
I agree. Don Henley.
Yeah.
And it's so plainly speaks. And he managed to make it all rhyme.
And he made it rhyme!
How the hell do you do that? These guys. But I wanted to throw this out as a subject of the song that gave you the strength, whatever it was. Jim, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Jim?
Hey, so 15 years ago, I was working for Johnson & Johnson, and we were working on a new Tylenol product, that's Tylenol Rapid Release Gels.
Yeah.
So I'm down in Puerto Rico. I was down there for about 18 months, away from my family, the whole deal. And we were having a lot of technical problems. We're really dejected because we're thinking we're going to have to tell them to delay the launch and everything. And we're winding up the day around 8 o'clock at night. We're on our way to a small hole-in-the-wall restaurant, and as we're walking into the restaurant, we hear Rocky Going the Distance.
It's
and so forth. And
you got a headache?
Are you ready? You got a headache? You want immediate relief? Then you got to have Tylenol. Rapid release! Come on! Rapid release! You can't wait? Your head hurts!
But
it
Jim,
was the weirdest thing, and in Puerto Rico of all places too. It was hilarious.
Regular Excedrin stinks.
But it gave you the strength because you were missing your daughter, and you just to keep on going, right?
I love you.
Exactly.
I miss you so much. But Daddy's working on rapid release Tylenol.
Down here in Puerto Rico.
Oh my God!
You can't come home right now. It's with the Puerto Ricans trying to mix the rapid release Tylenol.
I hope no one's calling in for sympathy.
Not gonna get it. Because when you got your head, it feels like it's a punching bag. You gotta have immediate relief.
Yeah. Well, listen, it could.
What's that up on the roof? It sounds like a seizure.
You have to take a few Tylenol, maybe like a billion.
But it's like a billion.
Yeah.
It'll shut down your kidneys.
An artificial tongue that can taste minute differences between varieties of Scotch whiskey could be the key to identifying counterfeit alcohol.
I was watching this story yesterday, and I guess the guy who invented it, Preston, has a really thick Scottish brogue.
Yeah, so they're engineers from the University of Glasgow and Strathclyde in Scotland that created this. Yes.
So and it can. The whole purpose is to distinguish knockoff Scotch, basically
counterfeit alcohol.
Wow.
Well, because you're talking about big money when it comes to
also
some brands of alcohol.
Listen, Angus, I'm taking this home for the weekend. It's the missus's birthday.
Yeah, it's the artificial tongue.
Here, sit on this for about an hour.
The study
you'll be seeing Israeli parasites in no time.
Involving arranging submicroscopic slices of the two metals in a checkerboard pattern of taste buds.
Look at that tongue go.
Which are around 500 times smaller than those on a human tongue.
So
the scientists measured the plasmonic resonance, or the tiny difference in how much light they absorb, to identify the types of whiskey.
Will this be the companion piece to the fleshlight?
Maybe, or the Sibian. It could be used in food safety testing, quality control, security.
Frat parties.
Really any area where a portable, reusable method of tasting would be useful. But one whiskey expert casts doubt on the artificial tongue's effectiveness. Charles McLean.
This is a crock of crap.
A master.
You and your stupid tongue. I see right through your ruse, you knob niffler. That's a Scottish insult.
Is it?
I just made it up.
It is now. You knob niffler.
Niffling knobs all day.
No, his title is he is a master of the quaich.
You're a master of the quaich.
The Scotch.
You wee weenied prick.
The Scotch whiskey industry's highest accolade.
Oh, it's a compliment I just paid you. I didn't even know it.
Is master of the quaich, by the way.
You're a master of the quaich.
Master of the queef.
And your wife is a master of the...
WMMR.
Thanks, Captain. A little word of a little advice for you, actually, with all of the the candidates that have been coming in town and all the stuff that's popping up, like the stage are setting up and causing traffic. I highly suggest, and I do this every day anyway, is to not only listen to Kathy Romano for your traffic reports, but I plug in my Waze app.
Yeah.
Like on my way in this morning, it rerouted me. I normally take 76. I ended up having to take Conshohocken State Road. There was something at 4 o'clock this morning that was happening.
Yeah.
And had I not plugged that in, I would have been stuck.
It's in your app list on your car, is it not? Yeah. Okay.
So even if you know exactly where you're going, Waze is going to let you know about things that you are unaware of that lie ahead. And I could have used that the other day when Kamala, Trump, and Barack were all in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
It's just going to F up traffic.
It took me, what normally takes me like 20 minutes to get to my barber, took me over 45 minutes to get there. And I was just so mad at myself for not using Waze.
But the problem with that is they give you notice, but not that much notice. So you don't know exactly when that's going to happen.
Right. But if there's traffic building up, the app knows about it and will reroute you around. And instead of 15 minutes late, you might be 5 minutes late, So I'd suggest that. I use it every day.
Why isn't Peter Frampton doing some sort of endorsement with Show Me the Ways?
Show me the ways?
Yeah.
Ooh, baby, I love your ways.
Every day.
And won't
Save me travel time today. Every day.
Every day. Use Waze every day.
I mean, do we have to think of everything?
Apparently.
Okay. All right, let's do the bizarre file. Or are you gonna pull up a song?
No. I was trying not to do that.
I got you.
Traffic's looking bad, and I'm behind.
All right, we will do.
I sound just like him.
The bizarre file. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
For all you stuck in traffic.
Okay. Brought to you by Worldwide Stereo. Shop there better than Black Friday. 3-day holiday savings event November 8th through the 10th. No one does holiday shopping like Worldwide Stereo. WorldwideStereo.com. A U.S. mailman is accused of tossing away more than 1,000 pieces of mail, including 400 pieces of political mail and one election ballot.
This is Cliff.
This was last week. On Friday, federal authorities arrested Otis McCoy for stealing United States mail and dumping it in the woods instead of delivering it to his assigned route in Orlando. A co-worker told McCoy's manager that he had returned from his route earlier than expected, despite leaving with a very large quantity of mail.
Oh, I threw it out.
The manager checked McCoy's vehicle GPS and learned that he had deviated from his route to a wooded lot where the co-worker found several pieces of mail scattered around. We hear stories of this from time to time. Of somebody who just does not want to do their job, and they just go, I'll just put this here.
I delivered it.
In the woods. A postal inspector began an investigation in the incident and obtained surveillance video from a nearby resident that purportedly shows McCoy arriving at the wooded lot in his postal van. Stills show a man standing near the van appearing to throw mail into the trees and bushes. Other pictures show pieces of mail littered in bushes, trees, and across grounds as well. So he is obviously going to be facing some
federal crime.
Yep. A controversial sculpture of a giant hand with a human face known as Quasi is set to be removed from atop the City Gallery in Wellington, New Zealand after 5 years. You see this thing?
I have not.
It's terrifying looking.
Yeah.
Quasi, created by artist Ronnie Van Hout, sparked immediate reaction, with some locals branding it disturbing on social media. The 16.5-foot tall sculpture is based on Van Hout's own hand and face. No other sculpture.
I don't like it.
I know, right?
That's awful.
Steve, you have to look on Nick's monitor there.
It's right here.
It's
Oh, that is scary.
Right?
Yeah, that looks like some sort of mutant.
So he said, no other sculpture arrived so dramatically in our streetscape, according to Wellington Sculpture Trust Chair Jane Black. He was a great cheerleader for Wellington's creativity. He will be missed and leaves quasi-shaped hole on our civic skyline. Quasi will soon be making its way to Australia, though a new venue has yet to be confirmed. By the way, I got an email from an Australian listener this morning.
Oh, yeah?
Is that right?
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah.
So they're listening to tomorrow's show?
Yes, that's how it
Monday's
works.
show?
Yeah. They're listening to Monday's show right now. A new study has found that it isn't just humans who like to catch a buzz from alcohol. Scientists discovered that monkeys, lemurs, and birds also feast on fruit and nectar containing ethanol, the main ingredient in alcohol.
Sometimes when unexpected monkeys drop by, I like a little thunderbird.
The fermented fruits typically have up to 2% alcohol by volume, but the researchers explain that some, like overripe palm fruit in Panama, have 10.2% ABV.
Do these monkeys pair the wine with various candies?
They probably do. They're becoming that refined. They observed primates were among the largest groups that intentionally ingested ethanol to catch a buzz like humans. Chimpanzees were documented using leaf sponges to collect sap with noticeable ethanol concentrations and continue to consume it.
That's crazy.
Anna Boland, the University of Exeter, said that it's much more abundant in the natural world than we previously thought, and most animals that eat sugary fruits are going to be exposed to some level of alcohol.
Bongo, when you're done jacking it, come over to our tree for some wine.
So researchers at the University of Exeter in England, in UK, focused on animals' eating habits who were captured from the wild and found that many showed no aversion to ethanol levels. In fact, when they looked at randomized food preference experiments, the team found that animals were more likely to choose the food option containing higher levels of ethanol. And apparently the monkeys really like...
por favor. How do you say banana daiquiri? Banana daiquiri.
That's what they like.
He's
banana
smart.
daiquiri.
He's smart.
So your social media presence is not worth your life. Reports say that late last month, two social media influencers, Tamara Moreira de Amorim and Beatriz Tavares de Silva Faria, drowned after the luxury yacht they were aboard sank due to overcrowding while traveling a part of the Brazilian coast known as the Devil's Throat. An accident report revealed the yacht was hit by a large wave and the overloaded vessel was too heavy to ride it out. What's worse, the two ladies refused to wear life jackets because they were taking selfies and the life jackets got in the way of their tan lines.
That's serious. Yeah. Can you believe that?
They died because of that. So, yeah, that type of thing.
It's gotten that bad.
It has gotten that bad. How about this? Cole Tashman, a Florida surfer, is recovering after surviving his second shark bite at the same beach in just over a decade.
So, come on.
On October 25th.
I don't care that it's 10 years apart.
While surfing at Bathtub Beach, Tashman was bitten by an 8-foot shark, a chilling repeat of an incident that happened to him 11 years ago. Describing the encounter, he said, I almost lost the whole part of my ankle, and on this foot, I don't even know if I still have toes, he said. This recent bite was much more severe than the first, requiring 93 stitches, 10 staples, and 3 tendons that had to be reattached.
Too much.
Tashman was fortunate that a local food truck operator used his surfboard leash as a tourniquet, helping to control the bleeding before rushing him to a hospital. He was discharged from the hospital on Monday and is now focusing on his recovery.
The food truck guy was the first to respond?
Yeah. He set up a GoFundMe campaign to help cover his medical expenses with over $5,000 raised so far towards his $30,000 goal. Despite the ordeal, Tashman is grateful for the support and remains positive as he navigates the long road to recovery. But what I don't see is him with the standard, as soon as I'm healed up, I'll get right back out there again. So maybe this time it takes. All right, and that is what I have for you in the bizarre file this morning. All right, want me to give away one of these?
Yeah.
All right, we had a real treat this morning. Little Walter's restaurant stopped by. They are a Polish-American restaurant in Philadelphia, one of the hottest properties in the city right now.
Apparently legendary.
And they are in conjunction with a film. It is a screening there's a screening coming up of Real Pain. And this is Kieran Culkin and Jesse Eisenberg, thank you, that are in the film. And we have not only a $50 gift card to Little Walters, but we'll give you a 4-pack of passes for the advanced screening on Wednesday night at 7 o'clock at PFS East Theater in Center City. We'll take caller number 19 at 215-263-WMMR. So thank you so much, Little Walters, for getting our morning going with the taste of Polish cuisine. And it's brought to you by Searchlight Pictures' newest film, Real Pain, Journey of Family, Friction, and Finding Common Ground. It's in theaters in November. We're going to take a quick break. We will come back in just a moment. We'll get the lesson question, trash, and music news. Stay put.
Preston and Steve.
You tongue-building ass.
He said, flavor assessment in the whiskey industry is done by smell, taste, and texture. Of all
the 3 R's.
Of all...
What?
I'm Scottish.
Of all the senses employed, smell is the most important, he says.
Absolutely.
Whiskey blenders and quality assessors rely entirely...
Stick your tongue in your nose.
So anyhow, they made an artificial tongue.
You made and look at you.
Yeah.
You're finally living the dream. You made your stupid ass tongue.
You fake tongue freak.
You frig nibbler.
Frig nibbler.
He's just making things up.
I'm making them up and they're sticking.
I love it.
I'm rubber, you're glue.
You frig nibbler.
You frig nibbler. You chowder huffer. When an angry Scotsman says it, it carries more weight.
You lollygagger.
He's a carp tickler. That's a compliment.
Here's the thing. When I make jokes about people that have disabilities, never the person with the disability gets mad at me.
Well, there you go.
Ever.
There you go.
It's always the person who knows the person with a disability. It's always the person who is like, my son. Like,
do you get extra firepower because you are a person of smaller stature?
Yes, I'm a dwarf, midget, person short stature, and I know it's my voice. You can't tell. I'm not on the radio like, plus and stuff. Woohoo! Like, no, I don't sound like that. But yes, I get a little more leeway because it's really hard to get mad at the dwarf who's making jokes.
Do you ever have someone get pissed off at you and then not realize that you are, and then like you see them like.
Yeah, on the radio.
On?
Yeah, on the radio that happens because, like I said, I don't sound like. And then they come like, "How dare? What? How would you like it if you have a disability?" It's like, I can't wear adult clothes. Like I gotta pick up chicks with Bob the Builder on my T-shirt. All right, yeah. Like I did a show a few weeks ago, and there's a guy in the audience, and he was in a wheelchair. And he didn't have any legs, right? And I immediately started making fun of him. Right. And he laughing. You could tell he's laughing because the chair was moving back and forth real fast. And the audience got mad. And like one dude stood up. He's like, "Stop making fun of him. What if he gets mad at you?" And I was like, "I'll run up some stairs. I'm not worried. This guy's not gonna do. He's not a threat." So yeah, like it's always the people that don't have the ailment that I'm talking about that get mad.
Do you ever get hit up for do scripts come your way for yeah.
And
what's the most bizarre you've gotten sent your way?
Oh my god.
Because you know you had when the Hervé Villechaize story was being done, right?
Well, yeah, because that's Dinklage though.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
He produced it.
He's the Dinklage is the top guy. I hate Peter Dinklage. It's strictly jealousy. It has nothing to do with him as a person. He's probably a delightful human being, but he's in everything. If they made a movie and called it the Brad Williams story, it would be starring Peter Dinklage. It's madness.
What's the craziest thing you've been offered? Yeah.
Well, the craziest thing I was ever offered, and I actually did it. So this one dude wrote me and said, "Hey, I'm doing a horror film, and I need you to be like a monster or whatever.
Really?
And I was like, all right, cool. And I had to sit in the chair. They put the mold all around me. You have to sit there for however many minutes.
It's claustrophobic, right?
Yeah, so the mold sets. It's really kind of scary. And then you do it, and then he goes, okay, this could be the monster mold. And I did the film. It's like some low budget independent.
Yeah.
It's nothing anyone's seen. What I didn't know is that the guy took the mold and sold it to somebody who turned me into a sex toy.
Are you kidding?
That is
There's a Brad Williams sex doll?
Yes. Well, not anymore because I sued them.
Were you flattered?
Unbelievable.
Were you slightly flattered?
Slightly flattered, but like, dude, it was freaky because someone gave me the website.
Did you get one at least before you sued him? Because you could literally go F yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. My wife could have something to do while I was gone. But yeah, like I looked at this website. It was me. It was
God.
Me. And I just thought to myself, like, how weird is this gonna be if someone on the street who bought this sees me walking the other way and just goes, whoa, like, and it just like has this weird reaction. I'm like, why are you acting like that? He's like, I usually put my penis somewhere on you. That's great.
Was it being marketed as Brad Williams? Or?
No,
I'm sure not. Yeah.
No, it was marketed as like a midget sex toy. Like, this is how you could bang a dwarf. And
What
I'm
a
just
world!
Like,
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm
What
just
a
like,
world.
wow. So yeah, I had to get my legal team involved in that.
Brad, what were they going for? Do you know? I'm just curious.
It was like $125. It was like an expensive sex toy.
Wow.
I once was asked to play in a charity golf tournament, and I thought, absolutely great. I'll go play in the charity golf tournament, and I do. And they had these golf carts that had the names of all the celebrities on the golf carts. So I'm walking, and it's like it's Bill Engvall was in it, and like some guy from Greece, not John Travolta. So who the hell cares? And then I see my golf cart. It says Wee Man on the golf cart.
No way.
Yeah, it says Wee Man on the golf cart. And at first I was pissed. And then the group I was playing with start walking towards me going, oh, we're so glad we got Wee Man. All our friends got lame celebrities. We got Wee Man. I'm like, oh, God, now I got it.
Yep.
Now I can't be like, you actually did get a lame celebrity. So I faked it. I faked being Wee Man because I thought, these guys are giving a lot of money to charity.
Sure.
Let's make sure they have a good time. So like I faked it. I started saying I was Wee Man. Then we get to this hole that's sponsored by Hooters, because if you play in these charity golf tournaments, there's all the holes that are sponsored by different restaurants, corporations, whatever. So the hole is sponsored by Hooters. It's a bunch of girls. They're the Hooters girls. They have the wings and beer and stuff. And we walk up, and this Hooters waitress sees me and goes, "That's not Wee Man."
Wow.
And I'm like, wait, what? No, I'm Wee Man. Like, yeah, because now this has gone down to like 12, 14 holes. Like, I can't just suddenly turn around. So I'm like, no, what are you talking about? I'm Wee Man. And she goes, no, that's not Wee Man. I had sex with Wee Man.
Oh, God.
You are not Wee Man. And I'm like, what? So I run up to her.
Oh, my God.
I grab her by the wrist, and I kind of explain to her the situation. And I'm like, hey, I know I'm not Wee Man. These guys are doing it for charity. Think I am. The freaking charity thought I was.
Yeah.
Like, so it's on them. This is not me trying to do this. Just play along. And I peeled her off like $40, because when you give $40 to a Hooters waitress, they'll do anything. So
did she immediately, was she receptive to it, or did you have to work her?
She immediately flipped around and was like, oh, okay, totally get it. And she's like, never mind. I was wrong. Wee Man. And I thought, kudos to her.
Yeah.
Because she's, first of all, she blatantly just yelled out in front of a group of strangers, I had sex with a midget. And then a few minutes later says to the same strangers, I had sex with a midget and forgot which midget it was.
It's lingering about here and there. Today's lesson question prize, a 4-pack of GA tickets for the Lincoln Mill Haunted House on Main Street in Manayunk. And as always, I didn't look at the damn questions here. Let me see which one I want to choose. Let's see. How about this one? The competitive prices at Texas Roadhouse have put what other Sheboygan restaurant out of a business? 215-263 WMMR. Steve mentioned this earlier, so don't go searching on Sheboygan restaurants. The competitive price at Texas Roadhouse have put what other Sheboygan restaurant out of business? 215-263-WMMR. Call if you know the answer. We'll do this.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
We'll get some stories and we'll get a winner. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, 72-year-old Bill Belichick's 24-year-old girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, wore an old-school Giants cheerleading outfit for Halloween to celebrate his first job in the NFL. Belichick says it was the first time in his life that he had to inspect trick-or-treat candy for someone he's having sex with.
Oh, my God.
Armie Hammer is reportedly back to work in Hollywood, taking a small supporting role in a low-budget Western. Hammer says the cast has been very welcoming, especially after he promised not to eat them.
Wow.
And finally, Britney Spears. Revealing that a former lover ended up being so toxic that she ended up sleeping outside while vacationing with him in Turks and Caicos. Spears says sleeping on the beach was actually kind of magical because she got to play Pictionary with the dolphins. So,
all right, we'll see if somebody knows. Casey, real quick here, though.
Yeah, you know what? I was doing this as if the end of the show was coming, and it's not.
He was handing me sponsorships, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't
You crazy.
think we do those right now. All right, we're looking for the answer to this. The competitive prices at Texas Roadhouse have put what a Sheboygan restaurant out of business, and we will go to Andy to try and get an answer. Andy, you there?
Andy! Yeah, I'm here.
All right, Andy, what Sheboygan restaurant has gone out of business because of Texas Roadhouse?
Sheboygan Rat on a Stick.
Rat on a Stick, yes. Hang on, Andy. We got you a 4-pack of GA tickets for Lincoln Mill Haunted House on Main Street, Manioc, featuring live scare actors, production quality sets, animatronics, and special effects. Plus, you can learn more about serial killer Victor Kane's secrets in Manioc. Tickets and info at LincolnMillHaunt.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, I'm going to start with this story. A car crashed into Madame Zuzu's, which is a popular suburban tea shop owned by Smashing Pumpkins frontman Billy Corgan on Wednesday. Officials said it left his mother-in-law injured. Footage from the scene showed a vehicle half inside the store and half out. The cause of the crash was not immediately released, but in the statement on social media, Corgan's wife and co-owner of the store, Chloe, said the circumstances remain under investigation.
Did they think that there was a drive-through?
They don't know. Maybe that was it. So she wrote that her mother, who had been dining with her son at the time, was injured when the car drove over the curb and into Madame Zuzu's.
Wow.
Crashing through the window. The extent of the injuries were not immediately known. However, Corgan's son was able to leap out of the way and was not injured. She said, our family is grateful for the swift assistance of the Highland Park and Deerfield first responders. Madame Zuzu's will be closed until further notice. With Rush, no more. Alex Lifeson's busy with his new band called Envy of None. And they released their latest single. It's called Not Dead Yet. I was telling you guys off air. I listened
you like
to
it.
It's really good. I don't think it's nothing like Rush. I don't necessarily think that it's a big rock hit or anything like that.
Do we have
but
any audio?
I enjoyed it. No, I didn't grab any audio for you. I don't know if
I'd be curious to hear it. So this is he was touting this a while ago, was he not?
Yes,
Yeah.
this band. Yeah, Casey?
We have it. It's right here.
Okay.
You guys haven't been Josh rolled in a while.
No.
Yeah, I fell for it.
Or is it Grobe rolled? What do you think?
Rolled.
Yeah.
Grove Rolled? Yeah, I like Grove Rolled better.
Grove Rolled.
The song is called Not Dead Yet. The band featuring Lifeson on guitar, Alf Annabellini on guitar and keyboards, and a young lady named Mala Wynn on lead and background vocals. I like her voice. I think that's what lulled me into enjoying the song. And it's they're putting the finishing touches on their next album set for release in the spring. So maybe we'll talk. We spoke to him about it.
Curious to hear it now.
So maybe we'll talk to him down the road. Guns N' Roses has not performed together since the Hell in Heaven Metal Fest in Mexico back in November 2023. But that doesn't mean that they're done. Bassist Duff McKagan said in an interview this week that the band has been working on new material. If they do manage to put together something they're happy with, it would be the first music from Guns N' Roses since their 4-song EP in 2022. There hasn't been a full album release from Guns since 2008's Chinese Democracy. which only had Axl from the original lineup.
Do we think Axl has gone excessive on cosmetic surgery? Have you seen pictures of him recently?
I thought he looked that way a little while back.
Did
so
he?
maybe
I'm just late to the game.
Maybe even more as of lately. I'm not really sure, but yeah, I think he's definitely had some work done. Tesla fans, there is new music on the way for you. The group has announced the release of All About Love EP, which will feature a special edition single on a limited collector's 12-inch vinyl with electric, acoustic, and live versions of their new song All About Love on the EP. The EP is set to be released on November 29th, just in time for holiday shopping season. And then I mentioned this earlier this morning. Our buddy Kyle Mack.
Yes.
Former co-worker here and fantastic singer. He does Kathy's fall activities.
He's great.
He does our junk drawer. And what, you going to play No Sad Bro? Go ahead, Dave.
No sad bro. No sad bro. No sad bro. No sad.
Anyway, so he has a tribute band. It is so cool. And they are called Minute by Minute. It is a celebration of the music of Michael McDonald. And he's been working really hard on this.
So, wow. This is great to hear this because I think he's definitely equipped to do that music right.
And it's a lot of people that are doing it. It's an 11 band. There are 11 band members.
Wow.
And he wrote to me, said, 4 vocalists, a tight-ass rhythm section, nasty-ass percussionist, and the most badass horn section you'll ever hear.
And a stank-ass lead singer.
And a stank-ass mother effer of a lead singer. But they are playing at the Landis Theater in Vineland. It's not till January 3rd, but I want to kind of put this out there, and we'll hit it for him down the road a bit, because I want him to do well. He's worked really hard at this. It's a 650-seat room. They got to sell all the tickets. And you can go to minutebyminutelive.com. And he already has sent me some preview clips.
So what are they playing? Because that's an extensive catalog.
Oh yeah, it's everything from the Doobie Brothers, his solo career, collaborations with Steely Dan, Christopher Cross, Van Halen. A lot of people don't know that he helped co-write "I'll Wait" with Van Halen on the 1984 album, because Michael McDonald, I read his biography recently. He did a lot of work with Ted Templeman, the producer, and that was Van Halen's producer.
Yeah.
And I'll Wait wasn't coming together, and they needed some help. And Ted recommended that they bring in Michael McDonald.
Yeah.
And so this group that Kyle's put together is going to play this song, which is pretty damn awesome.
To be able to swing through all those different musical styles is pretty, but they can do it. He can do it.
Yeah, so I wanted to give that a nice plug. You can go to thelandistheater.com or minutebyminutelive.com and get tickets and information. It's only $25 to go to the show. So I'll hit it again. It's not till January, but I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of it, because we want to do Kyle a solid, since he's done so many great things for us over the years.
Do we want to listen to that Envy of None?
Yeah, you got
Do it!
Okay.
Do it now!
This is a little bit of Alex Van Halen's band, Envy of None. So,
Alex Leifson.
What'd I say?
Alex Van Halen.
Alex Leifson's band. Like I said, this sounds nothing like Rush, but I like this gal's voice. It's got a cool little flavor to it. We'll just listen to a little bit of it.
There's a band that this reminds me of a lot, and it's not coming to mind the name, but I like it.
To it, yeah. So the video is all AI imagery, with what do you call those, sugar skulls, or But a different take of music for Alex Van Halen. I thought that was pretty cool.
It is
Alex
pretty
Leifson.
cool.
God damn it. I'm getting ready to read his book.
Alex Van Leifson.
Alex Van Leifson. That'd be a great name for a band.
Yeah,
Alex Van Leifson.
For whatever it's worth, often when I'm trying to say Eddie Vedder, I'll say Eddie Van Halen, because it starts with a V, and I'll go down that path. So you're not alone.
Eddie Van Lifeson.
Eddie Van Lifeson.
I like
could do
that.
When I try to say Eddie Van Halen, I say Butch Patrick. I don't understand why.
There's no correlation.
Yeah,
It
he's
makes no sense.
Eddie Munster.
Okay, that does make sense now. No, I was just going to say, you know how many times I called the Halloween candy Easter candy yesterday?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I was studying with Jace the other day history, and he got something wrong. We went over the right answer. I went back to the same question, and he gave the same answer. I'm like, we just went over this. I just told you what it was.
Come on. All right. With that, that's it in music news. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We will wrap up the show and give away our Word of the Week prize. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
So that's kudos to her.
Yeah, that's worth
$40. That's worth $40 just for that moment. But then,
Oh, my God.
here's the best part.
All right.
It's not done. Here's the best part. I like so now the problem is solved, and now the guys are like all teeing off, and I go to the back and I kind of go to her and go, hey, so you had sex with Weedman? And she goes, yeah, I had sex with Weedman. And she goes, he came in the restaurant, he chatted me up, and it was good. I recognized him, and then we had a little fun. And then she goes, here, I'll show you a picture. And she busts out the picture, and she shows me the picture, and I look at the picture, and I go, that's my dwarf friend Sean.
Oh, yes! That's not Weeman.
That's not
She did not have sex with Weeman. She had sex with Sean.
I like Kevin Costner, so I'm sticking to it. You know what he's doing? He does the voice of the dog in The Art of Racing in the Rain, that new movie coming out.
The Art of Racing in the Rain. What's that about?
So it's one of these endless series of stories like a dog's purpose of dogs. I'm a sucker for all of them, but this is another. You're hearing the dog's thoughts,
right?
And Milo Ventimiglia, and who is the girl from Mean Girls?
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I love her to death.
Amanda Seyfried.
Amanda Seyfried.
Yeah.
And so it's actually my wife's favorite book, but I kept seeing the commercial. I'm like, I know that voice. It's Kevin Costner.
Cool.
I would love to see what they're actually thinking.
Why don't you lick her butt? Go ahead.
Never mind.
No, you'd love to see what? Is it about the dog thing?
Yeah.
All right, what?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
It's the story of a dog and his thoughts.
Lick her butt. Go ahead, lick it. You'll love it.
I licked mine. I love that.
Hey, where do you want to go for dinner, buddy? Doesn't matter. I eat frozen turds. So when are you going to lick her ass?
Get off that!
Lick her butt already.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Hey, buddy.
All right.
I love you, man. I know you're getting up there in years. Yeah. Did you lick her butt yet? Because that's really a lot of what dogs think about.
That's what they do. They love it. Yeah.
Hey, I just ate some tampons.
Oh, my God. Dude, we eventually... So
I know.
It's finally stopped in our house. We finally got a trash can with a little closing lid on the top of it.
Right.
They're predators.
For the bathroom.
If they're going to rip a rabbit to pieces in your yard,
Yeah, exactly.
A tampon's like a buffet.
Oh, my cats can get into those trash cans.
Oh, really?
I have to put the heavy tissue box holder on top of the trash can with the lid.
No kidding. Okay.
Pets are so fun and
Aren't
cute.
they? Aren't they adorable?
They're eating your tampons.
Yeah, they rip animals apart in the backyard.
Buddy, is your paw hurt? Yeah, it doesn't feel too good. Did you lick her butt yet?
I have a question for you, Steve.
Lay it on me.
Should I get into the Bachelorette stuff here in a little bit, or we
did it as a separate segment.
We can parse it out here if you want. All right, so Jed popped the question.
All right.
We got the clip here.
Now this is the dummy who is a up and coming musician, and to this point, the only thing he's sold is a dog food jingle.
Hey, that's an accomplishment. That's
it's not even a good dog food jingle.
I would love to see throughout the series when he's talking to the camera and saying, I'm really just looking to find someone that I can fall in love with and all this. And at the end of this going, well, I really did this for my career because I figured it would boost my visibility a little bit.
Right.
That's really what I was doing.
But if you're trying to paint yourself as sort of an emotional, in-touch singer-songwriter, and this is the way you treat this girl, it's not going to really work for you.
Oh, we have his jingle. Marissa just sent over his dog food jingle.
Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Rain or shine, kind of love like nothing you've seen before.
No. This is for dog food?
It's for dog food.
Okay.
Okay.
And the dog is waiting.
The dog's what?
The dog's waiting for the master to come home.
Okay.
And it's a high-quality dog food.
Okay. Is the dog wearing something sexy?
Sexy,
or-
lingerie, yeah. And has a dildo in one paw.
Okay.
The dog really does deserve the best. So go pick him up some better balls.
You know, and the thing, it's metaphor. Okay, so here's the deal. And his reason for doing the commercial is real, because this is the food that he's been eating at home himself, because the career's not going well. Man, I love this stuff. You put it on some bread, it's delicious.
And then the last birthday today, our favorite butthole, Hope Solo.
Hope Solo's butthole.
Hope Solo, the goaltender for the women's U.S. Soccer team. And then we found out there was a Twitter account called Hope Solo's Butthole, because she had posted naked pictures of herself, and apparently you could see that particular part of her body, and somebody took upon that name, and we just thought it was funny.
Our favorite Twitter account. That and Bill Weston's hair.
Do you remember she had, there was some controversy of her being abusive, I think it was?
Yes, to an ex-boyfriend.
Yeah.
A family member too, right?
Yeah, something along
She
those
beat
lines.
the hell out of like a niece or nephew or something.
I've forgotten, but
Yeah, she was arrested in 2014, charged with 2 misdemeanor accounts of assault and in the 4th degree.
Wow. Lest I remind you that her butthole has never been arrested.
Not once.
Yeah.
How old is she?
I'm just saying.
I'm sorry, ma'am. We're going to have to arrest your butthole.
Why?
How do you cuff them?
Wait a second. I'm just collateral damage. I didn't do anything.
We're taking this butthole downtown.
Why does anybody talk to me about it?
This is not right. Get my lawyer. What, do you just expect me to pucker up and go along?
Right,
Sorry,
Gabby?
Mr. Butthole.
Oh, yeah.
Mister.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Hope Solo and her butthole.
You guys are just being wacky.
They both turned 38 today.
They're both 38. He's one of the co-creators of the band Mr. Big. He's one of the biggest, most badass guitarists in the world, in my humble opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the program, Mr. Paul Gilbert. I want to explain to some people who may not know the name Paul Gilbert. You have a lot of fans. Most guitarists would know who you are.
Everybody who knows me knows me.
Yeah, exactly, right?
100% of those
But I've only had one. I was only famous for 2 weeks in 1992. So that's
So, Paul, when I do meet people and we're talking music, and I'll say, well, one of my favorite guitarists, is this guy Paul Gilbert. If they're a guitarist, they'll know exactly who I'm talking about. Some people don't, and I have to explain. Okay, so, he was in this band, Mr. Big. Before that, there was this band called Racer X. You may or may not know. Metal, real intense, shredding, crazy, really technical, awesome music. But then I try to explain your solo career as well.
good luck.
And that's so it's hard to quantify it, because there's elements of blues and jazz and metal and all this stuff. What's a good way to describe your music?
Well, it's still evolving, and the discovery I made was that I really always wanted to be not a guitar player, but a lead singer. Because when I was a kid, those were the records I had. My parents had the Beatles records and Stones and bands that had lead vocalists. And I liked Led Zeppelin because Robert Plant had a great voice. Now, I didn't have a particularly great voice, and that didn't stop me from trying.
Right.
But it also didn't stop me from kind of not doing as well as I would have liked to as a lead singer. So the discovery that I made on this new album, Behold Electric Guitar, is that I can actually play the vocal line on the guitar. So, take it like a really challenging vocal, like, the "Hey, Mama said the way you move," which, with my little falsetto is not so great.
Right.
But, you play it on guitar. And suddenly, those notes are there. And it's just, it's my responsibility to get them right, but at least I can hit them.
Well, I was mentioning to you the song Let That Battery Die, which is on the new album, and that is exactly what I thought. I'm like, it sounds like someone singing.
Yeah, well, that's how I wrote the tunes, was that I would have a lyric, and, the initial lyrics for that were like, what was it? My battery is low, but my mind is high. And again, I'm squeaking it out.
Yeah.
But with the guitar, I get
Eve 6 and Inside Out on 93.3 WMMR. Everything that rocks. It is 10:42 on a Friday morning. Getting ready to wrap up our program. May I say, a very fun week. This whole week has been a really good time.
It has been.
There are days where you have, this day was good, that day was good. I thought every single day was a fun time on the program. So,
well, at least we were having fun.
Yeah, we had a good time.
Yeah,
I don't know about you, but
of crackers.
we met Carl.
We did
this week. How can we?
Crackers
Yes.
in a box of candy bar.
He's the best.
He makes me wheeze laugh.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
Wheeze laugh.
I think that was my favorite part of the video is you wheeze laughing.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Carl, for that. I would also like to continue the thanks. I want to thank our one and only guest this morning, Orange Cassidy.
Yay!
From AEW Collision, which is tomorrow night at the Leah Course Center. And tickets can be grabbed through Ticketmaster.com, by the way.
That guy was hilarious.
He was.
He was so, just didn't care about anything.
Yeah.
It was funny. I really enjoyed it.
He kept saying this. I don't care. Who cares?
I'll be doing stuff, I guess. I don't know.
And thank you also, by the way, to Little Walters.
Yay!
Fantastic Polish food this morning. And the film A Real Pain is going to be in theaters on November 15th. And they came by in conjunction with that because it takes place in Poland. So
yes.
We appreciate you guys, Little Walters, for getting up this morning and cooking some food for us. Nice and early, but it was sublime. Chef's kiss. And also, to reiterate, we have announced the Preston and Steve Big Little Sorority Party Wednesday, November 13th at Liberty Bell Beer Garden inside of Parks Casino in Ben Salem. So we'll be doing some giveaways. You'll need to listen in for that. I'm not going to do one now, Case, because we've got to wrap up with the letter of the day and the word of the week and all that stuff. But just a heads up, we'll do some more giveaways next week. You can go to WMMR.com, and there's a chance for you to win tickets there as well. And the Big Little thing means we want current sisters to bring someone who has not become a sister yet, and you're the big sister and they're the little sister. It doesn't matter by age or anything like that.
The main overriding thing, but we can make some exceptions. But we'd like that to happen if you can make that happen.
And we have new pins to hand out.
Yes.
Which is cool, and some other prizes too, and a free buffet and a first drink and all that good stuff. Pierre Robert's here. Hey, man.
Greetings.
Greetings to see you.
And greetings to see you.
Yes.
Greeting.
Great greeter. Shall we do the letter?
Yes.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter.
T as in today.
T as in today. All right, we'll take caller 3. T as in 3. 215-263 WMMR. And we'll see if you know what the word of the week is, and we can give you a prize if you do. What's happening, man?
Well, speaking of today is our last day of voting in Pierre's polling place for what you think are the favorite concerts of the summer. 20 are listed. Pierre, WMMR.com/Pierre is where you can see the list and vote. So that's cool. And
can you betray some of the leading candidates?
It has been thus far, although it changes almost daily. But last we checked, Pearl Jam was in the lead, and Stones were there, and Bruce were there. Or was Green Day coming up?
Has anybody voted for ones that aren't necessarily, right in the heart of our format, like Hootie and the Blowfish, or stuff like that?
That's on the list.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool.
Hootie's on the list, and Collective Soul opened for them.
Yes,
it was a great show.
Big shout out for you at that show.
Well, that was true too. But I mean, Collective Soul always does a great show, but Hootie did a great show. They don't come around that often. We also have the Struts, who played the Fillmore.
Yeah.
And that was an incredible show. So there's smaller venues and larger venues. It's open to the people.
Cool.
We shall see.
All right.
Also, I have tickets, T for Tommy Conwell at Ardmore, and that's going to be November 23rd. I've got a workforce block there at the Big Joint tonight of Iron Maiden and okay, sure, whatever. Salad balls.
Jackie Bam Bam.
God bless him.
Salad balls and a green muchacho.
Yes.
Green macchiato.
Yeah. I'll take the muchacho. Could I have 2 muchachos, please?
They broke the mold with that
guy. That's well said. And finally, we'll have a giant block of the Hooters because tonight and tomorrow are the last 2 shows of the season with the band, and they will do their traditional shows at the Keswick Theater. They are sold out. but we'll honor them with some fine music.
Cool. Excellent. All right, we're looking for the third caller, and that is Mark, so we will go to him. Hey, Mark, good morning.
Who wants mint for pillow?
I couldn't hear what he
You
said.
want mint for pillow.
Oh, very well done.
Nicely
for the early
done.
morning, Mark. All right, what is our word, buddy?
Float.
Great day in the morning.
That would be correct, Mark, and that's exactly what we're going to get you. We got a 5-pack of float and sauna sessions from Halcyon Floats, and you can get rid of all that stress, my man. Congratulations to you.
Oh, thanks a lot.
All right, buddy, hang on the line. We'll get your information. We'll take care of that. Relax, recover, reset. HalcyonFloats.com. They are Philadelphia's premier float center, mind you. I would like to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by official Acme Markets, the official supermarket of the Philadelphia Eagles. Next week, just a couple of things to spotlight. We will have Robert Irvine and his lovely wife, Gail, in our studio.
Ah, nice.
We will also have Roxanne and Trick from the WWE. And the Fitz dog, Greg Fitzsimmons, will be back and in our studio, and I'm sure we'll fill in the blanks with some other things, too. So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great weekend. All right, we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.
Thank you.